because whatever we do is going to leave an impact on the whole world. Since we do not have more questions, may I now invite Honorable Dr. Arthur Leon Dahl, who is a PhD and is the President of International Environmental Forum from Switzerland. May I request you, sir, to kindly deliver your address.
It's a pleasure to talk with all of you this morning, particularly the students here. I greatly appreciate the education you're receiving and the values behind this wonderful school. I actually grew up with the same values, and I used to start my life with the same prayers you start the day with many years ago. So I hope that you'll be motivated to be of service to society in the way I have been privileged to do as I've gone through my career. And of course, here we're talking about some of the most serious changes that we're facing in the world, the challenges that we're facing, because they didn't even exist in 1945 when the UN Charter was adopted. Climate change, the need for environmental justice, when the gases received by rich countries are hurting the poor the most, and so on. And how do we build the institutions globally to deal with this problem as part of the issues we're discussing here in this wonderful conference. And of course, we live in this biosphere, this very thin layer of water and air around the big globe of ours. It's really a very narrow, small volume in which we live. And we're facing risks from the combined environmental crises, the climate crisis and the many others. And science is defining what those boundaries are. Where are the limits we have to respect to stay at the environmental level? And this is the latest diagram of the scientists working on what they call planetary boundaries. What are the limits? The green place is the safe operating system for humanity. All the red areas are where we've seriously overshot the capacity of the planet. We're destroying the capital of the planet. We're living on the capital, not on the interest, because we've gone overshot with climate change, overshot with biodiversity, we've overshot with novel entities, which are chemicals and plastics and things we've made that never existed in nature. We've overshot land use change, we've overshot freshwater use, we overshot nitrogen and phosphorus for fertilizers and so on. So we're stressing and destroying the very planet we depend on to live on. And of course, when we look at climate change in particular, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change has told us in the latest report that we need urgent action to address loss and damage, because it used to be we thought, climate change will happen decades ahead. It's a very slow process. The climate is reasonably stable. When I was young, I was told the climate was going to get colder. We were going into a new ice age. We didn't even know about global warming at that time. You can see how old I am. And now, of course, we know that if we don't control greenhouse gas emissions by 2025, that's 2 years from now, and start bringing it down again, we're going to overshoot this limit, which is recognized as an extremely damaging limit already. We really should go back to 1 degree Celsius if you want to have a completely stable system in the future, but we're far, far, far beyond that. So we have to stop using fossil fuels, so we have to change the system more generally, because we all depend on fossil fuel energy today in our present economy. And if we don't make this transition with care, with some kind of justice, we will also create many injustices for those who have to change their occupations as we go forward. And of course, how do we meet the 1.5 degree climate? What do the scientists say we have to do to avoid the climate catastrophe? Stop using fossil fuels. Of course, tell that to everybody who's driving in Lucknow. You can't just sort of say, shut down all your vehicles, replace them with something else, electrical. We're not ready for that, and yet that's what the science is saying we need to do. which means traveling light, traveling less, using bicycles and so on, less motor vehicles, rebuilding everything. Our buildings aren't designed, for the extremes of wealth and quality. You'll have air conditioning and other things. You have to rebuild the infrastructure. If we have different kinds of transport, then maybe going to public transport means changing the road systems. We need to rebuild our cities to use energy more efficiently. We need a whole industrial revolution because steel and concrete, cement are extremely carbon intensive to produce. And then we have to find other materials to build with. We've got to regenerate nature. The forests, the grasslands, and so on. Those were what captured carbon dioxide in the atmosphere and put it in the ground. And by destroying them, we're actually destroying one of the best ways of stepping back from climate change. So we have to restore those resources. We have to restore nature. We have to make certain that we can bring things back into balance again, which of course changing our lifestyles to reduce our energy demand. You probably have what they call climate anxiety. You may not have thought it in those terms, but if you're worried about what's happening with the climate to the point where it's really affecting your mental health, then you're probably suffering from this. It's not a sickness, it's legitimate. If you knew that the ceiling was going to fall tomorrow, you'd probably be looking up every 5 minutes to say, when is it going to fall? So it's natural to be worried about the changes that are coming. But it also can motivate you to do constructive things, like Greta Thunberg, the 15-year-old who set up Fridays for the Future. And of course, studies have look at young people. There were 10,000 young people who said, what do they think about climate change? 45% said climate anxiety interfered with daily life. 59% were very or extremely worried, with good reason. 75% found the future frightening. 56% said humanity is doomed. Isn't that pretty negative to think we're doomed, we're going to disappear, we're going to be wiped out by what we're doing? 39% hesitated to have children. They didn't want to have children for a world that is going to be so terrible in the years ahead. They felt they had been betrayed by governments and lied to by leaders. So how do you protect your mental health? You have, one, respect it. It's normal to have anxiety, so don't fight it or repress it, but turn it into something positive. I say, how can this motivate me to do something to affect the problems of climate change? In your community, for instance, you can foster community cohesion, get people to work together. How do we face the problem locally? You can build more connectedness among people, getting people to participate in taking decisions, reducing inequality, undertaking social actions for environmental problems or community, cleaning up the plastic or whatever you may be able to do to address your local problems. And of course, facing a challenge like this is a process of spiritual growth. It builds your character. In the same way when you take examinations in school, that helps you to advance. And so seeing that it is part of the growing process. So you can then turn climate anxiety from a stress to a resource. And it can actually give you the hope that you can need to address the future better. And of course, behind this, of course, is the issue of climate justice. This is a justice council, a conference of judges who apply justice. And we know that in the climate area, it's the poor who suffer the most. The rich can always find some way to escape from it, or you get a better air conditioner or whatever it is. But the poor are trapped and have no opportunity. But there's no going back. We cannot go back to the world we had 10, 50, 20 years ago. We've gone too far in the wrong way. So the past is no guide to the future. And it's you, our young people, who have to invent a more just future. It's your job to build a better world, to take care of the one that is collapsing at the moment. And of course, who's most responsible? It's the wealthy. It's not the poor who've created the climate change problem. It's the wealthy and their society of abundance, consuming more and more, bigger and bigger cars and so on. The only way you can avoid a climate and biodiversity catastrophe through a significant reduction in the lifestyle and GDP in Western economies, with all the losses of employment, so an economic model that this implies. Now, tell that to the leaders of the wealthy countries. Reduce your GDP, live a simpler life, plan your communities from the bottom up, simplify your ways. This is not part of the economic paradigm of today, and so they're resisting it. But science says, they're the ones who are causing the problem, they're the ones who have to act the most to try to address it. And of course, behind this is the consumer culture. You're all trapped in the consumer culture. I assume you all have smartphones. which is the latest instrument of the consumer culture, and is constantly selling you things. It wants you to consume more things, have the latest fashions or the latest gadgets or whatever. And of course, the people who can afford this see the benefits. Oh, it's fantastic to have some new toy, but it's a breakdown in traditional morality. We've lost the moral value. It's the animal impulse that's being fed. It's your animal desire. I want more, I want to eat better, and so on. It's not your higher nature. And selfishness becomes a prized commercial resource. That's what sells. Falsehood, this is as public information. How many politicians tell the truth today? They aren't concerned about the truth. They're concerned about manipulating public opinion. Greed, lust, indolence, pride, even violence acquire not merely broad acceptance, but social and economic value. And of course, the result is these destructive forces of materialism have spread everywhere in the world, even they want to live like the people in America or Europe or whatever, and they're trapped in this culture of consumerism, which promotes consumption for the most selfish desires, encouraging to spend wealth in ways that encourage more social conflict, because they create more division in the world. So we have a confusion among you, the young people, a sense of hopelessness, you lose hope, and many social illnesses that develop in the world today. And of course, we can think at the individual. Yes, it's not good for an individual to be greedy or selfish, but what about our institutions? We built the same values into the institutions of our society. What is a multinational corporation? It's an entity that has to create more profits for the shareholders. That's the only legal obligation it has. It's not legally obliged to do good for somebody, or to respect social and environmental responsibilities or limits, and therefore it does what it's good at, making money. And whether it's making money by selling poisons or things that damage human health or that damage the environment, they couldn't care less. It's not that's somebody else's problem, not theirs. So we have to say, and of course, they're so powerful and rich, they corrupt our governments. There's no global legislation for non-sectors like corporations. They've avoided any kind of law that might interfere with their making profits. And therefore, this is what, even though governments may sign up to sustainable development goals and good things we should be doing, they don't control the system, because they don't influence those with real power, which is often in the private sector rather than in governments today. And of course, this means you have to question your assumptions. So this is the time in your life when you should say, if what I learned, if what I see in my society around me, what is being sold to me every day in the media and so on, is that really me? Is that really what I want? Are we really inherently aggressive and competitive? And this program was, in your school, is it the ones at the top of the class that push down everybody else and they get all the reward and nobody? That's not the way you work society either. Is life a zero-sum game, which means that if somebody wins, somebody else has to lose. If you cooperate, maybe we can both advance together. What about our gender stereotypes? What have we learned about the role of women? And how can we see if we've unconsciously adopted some of that thinking? And what about our identities based on racism or nationalism, as we talked about before, or religious bigotry? They have deep roots in our subconscious because we grow up with that all around us. So you inherit these things and you have to be constantly questioning, is that really me, or is that something I've adopted from society, I learned when I was young, and really is not what I believe in? So you have to shift your perspective or shift your values. Our economic inequalities, are driven by these differences. And so your younger generation has to shift your perspective, change the way you look at certain essential concepts of life. What is the true purpose of life? Why are you here? Are you simply here to eat well, to drive a big car, to impress people, and to inflate your ego? Or are there other elements of human purpose that are more important for you? What is the meaning of true happiness and well-being? What is the place of material pursuits in your life and in your family? Yes, clearly you don't want to be properly fed. You have certain needs that have to be met, but only up to some limit, necessarily beyond that. Once they're fed, then there are other things that are more important. So putting the world on a more sustainable foundation requires rethinking our whole global economic system. We have to value people and the planet today as explicitly as we value profit and economic gain in the past. And of course, this means that you need to learn a systems perspective. I hope in your school you're learning systems thinking, how everything relates to everything else. Not just little compartments here and there, but it all comes together. Because the natural world is entirely interdependent. All the plants and animals, cooperate with each other, support each other, and succeed together. And so this is a lesson we can take for human society as well, because we're embedded in that system. We're part of nature. We're not separate from it. But now we're impacting the planet at the planetary scale, as we saw with those planetary boundaries. This is why they're calling this new epoch the Anthropocene. This is the epoch where human impact is greater than any natural geological process. We've left the scars of our impact everywhere around the planet today. And so we have to acknowledge that the consequences of this kind of living without paying attention to what we're doing is going to produce irreversible consequences. It's really destroying the very foundations of future human society. So we have to reflect in our thinking, in our planning, that the nature is the common heritage of all mankind. Everybody has a right to access to the power, what nature produces. Just and equitable access. And we have to think about future generations as well. The future happen. We shouldn't be planning just for the quarterly progress report in the company or the next election, but 5 years, 10 years, 50 years. Maybe we should plan for 500 years or 1,000 years in the future. What kind of world will you leave for your children and your grandchildren? And of course, behind this is the governance problem. And this is where we come to the other institutional dimension. In our present system, as we heard in the previous presentation, national sovereignty, which means that government can do whatever it wants and nobody can stop them from doing that. So the ego does everything, so to speak, means there's no rule of law. It's international anarchy. There's no respect for the global commons. And we see the countries struggling for power and world domination, even pushing them back against multilateralism. Multinational corporations are out of control. And the politics is based on self-interest, on fragmentation, on conflict, rather than unity and concord. So we have a world filled with ego, corruption, and aggression, and the rise of reckless political leaders and autocrats. But what's good governments then? What's the opposite of that? Clearly, we need something that adapts with complexity, not uniformity. The solutions that you need in India are not the solutions that need in Tuvalu. Tuvalu, you probably never heard of it. It's an island country in the South Pacific with 12,000 people in the country. So you wouldn't want to do the same thing there that you do here. You need more cooperation and reciprocity. That's how we work together, because that's how we can build a more complex society. We need subsidiarity. That's a word you may not have heard before. It's a very important word. It means putting the decisions as close as possible to the people affected. Subsidiarity, down to the lowest level. So, decisions affecting a village should be made by the village. Decisions affecting a city should be made at the city level, not everything top-down from the government or beyond. We need directly, each part of society has its place in the whole. So how do you fit them all together? We need the specializations, but we need to integrate them. Integrate what the economist does, what the biologist does, what the social scientist does. All of that is part of the whole. And we need also to be constantly learning. There's never some point where we say, we've solved the problems, it's fixed forever and ever. Because everything is changing and evolving, whether in nature or in society. So we have to be constantly keeping up with those changes and adapting our institutions to those changes. We also see that the more complex system becomes, and now it's at the planetary level, the more it can produce great wealth by cooperating together. So we get emergent, wonderful properties at higher levels of complexity, with the well-being the whole more than the sum of the parts. And what about global governance then? How do we achieve that level of global governance in scale of the global problems? We're increasingly interconnected, but we don't have effective global governance. Law and collaboration at the scale of global challenges and catastrophic risks, economic, social, environmental. Governance is voluntary. At the UN, every country has to agree to something before it is adopted. So any one country can block progress by all the others. So oil companies want to block climate change because it's bad for their economy, and so on. And so what do we do to address this vacuum in global governance? With the two colleagues who've been here as well, we wrote a book a couple of years ago on how we fix the United Nations, creating global institutions for the 21st century. This is available online, free of charge, Cambridge University Press. If you want to read 500 pages on how to fix the UN, those documents are there. But the approach basically is to say that we need legislation, we need executive functions, judicial functions, judges at the global level. As Andreas pointed out before, we need to build the same kind of governance for the planet that we have at other levels. But governments only give up their national sovereignty if they're sure that they're going to have collective security, that there is going to be, they have to be assured that there's an alternative to going to war before they give up their arms. So we have to build things that they can trust and will trust that justice be done and have a sense, collective sense, of moral responsibility. Now, we've been working on global environmental governance for a relatively long time. Now, we started at the United Nations Conference on Human Environment in 1972. And then we had a Earth Summit in 1992, where we adopted the Framework Convention on Climate Change, Convention on Biodiversity, on desertification. Last year, we had a Stockholm Plus 50 conference to look at where we were 50 years after Stockholm. This is the Stockholm Conference in 1972. This was the beginning of environmental governance at the global level. And there, the Baha'i delegation on the right, you can see I've been involved in this issue for a reasonably long period of time. There I am back at the conference in 1972. Here I am speaking at the conference last year. You may have noticed, if you look carefully, I'm wearing the same jacket. I said, how do I show sustainability? I'll wear the same clothing I wore 50 years ago and say, you don't have to change everything all the time with the latest fashions. You can fit in perfectly well by being moderate and living simply and not going any further than that. Excuse me. And so now we have, this year, there's just been the report of the High-Level Advisory Board on Effective Multilateralism, which is preparing for the Summit of the Future next year, where the United Nations is supposed to be considering reforms to the UN system, how to make it work better. There's a Climate Governance Commission, to which I am on the steering committee, that's preparing recommendations for this. But let me quote what the High-Level Advisory Board has said about environmental governance. I'll try to go quickly. The central importance of the environment to all aspects of our lives and collective well-being must be accompanied by an elevation of the environment within our global governance system. This requires strengthening UNEP and the UN Environment Assembly. These things exist, but they have no power, with mandates and resources comparable to the UN's development, peace and security, human rights institutions. The UN has 3 pillars: peace and security, human rights, and social economic development. What they're saying is we need a 4th pillar for the environment, because it's become so important today, we can't ignore it. So that means UNEP should become a global environment agency. We need to consolidate our commitments, bring together the hundreds of conventions on the environment, which are very scattered and hard to work together, and really improve multilateralism. The main source that was used by the United Nations for that report is this paper that I wrote with a colleague a couple of years ago on creating a global environment agency. So it's possible to have an influence on what the UN is thinking and where they may go. And basically we say we need an independent scientific advisory council. We have IPCC for climate, we have another one for biodiversity. We need to look at the whole system. We don't yet have a scientific body to give us the data on how we need to respond to the whole global system. We need to turn UNEP into a global environment agency, which can in fact have the authority to make the rules and norms. We need the Environment Assembly to be able to pass binding legislation on the environment. What are the planetary boundaries? How do we share equitably, staying within those boundaries? And then we need International Environmental Court that can interpret the law and settle disputes. So these are the structures that we need to create if we're going to solve these problems at the global level. The Climate Governance Commission, as I mentioned, issued a statement in September for the UN General Assembly. It's a report coming out just before COP28, 28th of November, which will be really saying, what can we do to fix global climate governance? Because we think maybe the climate is such an important issue that is entirely scientific. There's no ideology involved. Maybe governments will agree to accept to pass legislation in that area as a start towards some improvements in global governments as we go ahead. So I don't want to go on too long. I just maybe can say, we need to build this flourishing civilization. We need to revive a sense of progress. We need to get everybody working together to build this, because sustainability is, it's a wonderful vision to work for. It's empowerment, collaboration, processes of questioning, learning, and action in all regions of the world. It'll be shaped the experience of women, men, children, the rich, the poor, the governors and the governed, as each one is enabled to play their rightful role in the construction of a new society. As the sweeping tides of consumerism, unfettered consumption, extreme poverty and marginalization recede, They'll reveal the potential human capacities for justice, reciprocity, and happiness. So I want to share 2 resources for you at the end. This is our Baha'i our Environment Forum, which is working for the last 27 years to bring these issues to the United Nations between science and ethics, climate change, James Wealth and Poverty. We're working with the Fundamental Change Society. It's an organization. The website is full of resources, and so you can find everything you want there. These are the links. The Environment Forum, the Global Governance Forum on our governance issues. So those are the resources that can help you to go further if you want to. Thank you very much for your attention. Hope I haven't taken too long, and encourage you to ask some questions. That's where we go from here.
Thank you so much for this beautiful address, sir.
Oh, it was useful.
Thank you so much, sir, for your wonderful address. Children, what you heard just now was the essence of the lifetime experience. What he has noticed over the years, what he has researched over the years, and what he has studied over the years, that is what was delivered to you. And you might be wondering that, why should you be told again and again? In school we teach you, here again we are talking to you about climate change, we are talking to you about the steps that can be taken to reduce your carbon footprints on this planet. He suggested some very easy steps that you can take to preserve your environment. He said very rightly, 50 years later, we may not be there, but you will be. You will be there to experience all this. So the first thing that needs to be done is cycling. Stop using fossil fuels. Change the lifestyle. Restore nature. And it's then that you will start coming out of the kind of responses he has received from the youth, that is climate anxiety, being worried about what's going to happen to the climate when we grow older. Frightening, some said. Some said that the humanity is doomed because of the climate that is prevalent at this point of time. You might feel that what we are doing is all right. We need to come out of the consumer culture. We have been talking about that the nature has enough for everybody's need, but not for anybody's greed. But then changing your smartphone every now and then without having the need to change it. But we do it. Sir pointed out the jacket that he had worn last year is the same jacket that he has worn this year. It's sustainability that is required. And for 50 years. So these are the things that we need to adopt. And sir, our respected founder managers are also, why are we telling this to you? Our respected founder managers are also used to say in earlier times, he has changed his speech slightly over the years, but he used to say earlier that when a person dies, it's at that time we take the body to the cremation ground and say Ram Naam Satya Hai. Whereas this is something that needs to be told to every child, so that he can lead his life in the worship of God and remember that this is what we need to do throughout our lives. There are, because of the consumer tradition, consumer culture that is coming up, there is a loss of traditional morality. We are not going by the need, but we are going by the greed. All this. And if you want a little more elaboration on any of the points that sir has pointed out, may I request some questions? And we already have one question being requested from Mr. Mustafa Zamir, who is from the Department of Law from Aliganj Muslim University. He has a question, and after this we will take a few more questions. May we have the hand mic here, please? Okay. You may take. You want the podium? All right.
Thank you so much. First of all, it's a scintillating afternoon over here, and I show my gratitude to the management of the conference and for the invite as well. I wanted to ask a very pertinent question, or rather a connotation in my mind, which I have at the moment. from Dr. Andreas when he mentions about World Parliament. The thing is, there is a paralysis in the institution of the world at the moment. And we find that the plummeting institutional lacuna that is existing in current scenarios where the world institutions are failing to control the world issues at large, be it what we see in the wartime era, be it Russia-Ukraine, or presently the precarious situation in Gaza. Whatever is happening, the world is falling. And I personally feel it's the democratic setup which is responsible for this. Sir mentioned about that there is a blueprint, a structural blueprint of a world parliament which can solve the situation. But the issue is that democracy itself allows certain things to happen, and then those issues come up. So I want a clarification on the spirit of that world parliament.
Well, democracy is a living social thing that is never finished. It is inbuilt into democracy that issues will come up always and will require resolving. So that would be my first thinking, that we shouldn't look at democracy as an ideal that is delivering all our aspirations, but it is a vehicle to pursue these aspirations. And democracy still, in my view, is the cornerstone of creating and empowering citizens that can make their own choices, how they wish to live together in a society. So you might want to elaborate more which issues you are referring to, but I don't see an alternative to each citizen being able to bring in their voice as to how they want to be governed, which is through elections, but also through other means of representation and deliberation.
Let me just really add a little bit, because democracy, we see it today, is still very much trapped in the ego individual leaders. Now, would you rather have a government at which an autocrat runs the whole thing to enrich his pockets, or where collectively a number of people come together and say, what is the need going forward in society? Now, if you then imagine, I mean, I live in a country, Switzerland, where voting is a national sport. If the people don't like what the government has decided, they sign a referendum that goes around, and we can outrule the government, say, no, we don't want to do things that way. So the more you allowed participation in a democracy, the more you get a broader view of opinions, the deeper you get to kind of an honest reflection of what people want, and not simply what a few egotistic leaders imagine that they're doing for their own selfish interests. So let's imagine, we don't have a perfect system, but we can imagine it getting better. Thank you.
All right, it's a lesser evil than the other one, the autocracy and all. Well, I appreciate your answer. Thank you. Thank you so much.
We have very many students lined up here. May I ask first 3 students to come up, ask your questions so that the panelists can answer the questions together. Say this now. Yes.
I'm Samriddhi Gupta from Ayodhya Road campus. Honorable Dr. Author, my question is for you. Can you discuss the potential legal challenges in implementing and enforcing climate change mitigation policies at regional or global level?
Next questions.
Well, I think once governments agree that a policy is in their common interest, that the damage that will suffer by not respecting a climate limit is going to be more expensive, more damaging than trying to respect it, then whether regionally or globally, they'll begin to make it work. The problem, of course, is what you might call the free riders. Who are the countries that couldn't care less, that are trapped in their own view of their selfish interests and are not respecting the whole? So our challenge today is that many governments are trying to make a difference, but there's still some that are doing other things, and they're still winning out they're still causing more damage. So then the challenge is, how do you convince those governments that are refusing to consider the common interest to go forward? And that is, in our present system, that is difficult to do. Once we get a stronger system of global governance, that's when nobody can be a free rider anymore. Everybody has to play their role and be responsible. So we have to build governance as a whole to solve the climate change problem as well.
Thank you, sir.
Sirs, we'll now take 3 questions together so that you can conveniently answer them together.
My name is Pavan from Rajatipuram Campus 1, and my question is for Honorable Mr. Andres Bimmel. We have seen the vision and we have already constructed the path which we need to follow to save mankind. But are the country's personal interest of more importance than saving this earth, that no one is really putting any effort to save this planet?
So the question is?
For Andres Bimmel, sir. Are the country's personal interest of more importance than saving this planet?
Whether there's an interest that is more important than that,
Saving the planet.
than saving the planet. Well, I think we can look at it like a pyramid of interests that people pursue. So if you wish to put your energy into saving the planet, you will have to save yourself first, right? You need to save your immediate surroundings, your family. Save is not necessarily the right word in this instance. So it is a pyramid of interests that are building on each other. So you have to have the right foundations to pursue this goal of world unity. So I think you have many areas at the same time you will need to work on to pursue that goal.
Okay, thank you, sir.
My question is directed to Dr. Arthur Dahl. How do we, as individuals, contribute in raising the consciousness for the deprivation of the global commons?
Well, I think we can start by looking at our local commons. You start in our own community and say, what can I do? Are there areas we've destroyed nature? We can bring some nature back. Are there areas, is there a water problem to manage in the community? So we can learn about respecting our common interest in our family, in our village, in our neighborhood. And then from that we can say, well, what about the commons at other levels? Things that are beyond what we can control locally. Maybe some things at the level of the city. If there's air pollution in the city, then the city as a whole has a common interest to save its population from air pollution. Of course, then we say, once we've learned the lessons of the importance of commons, then it's understandable we also have to protect the global commons. Then we can see the terrible floods, we see the unusually heavy monsoons, we can see the glaciers melting in the Himalayas and so on. We can see the signs that the global commons is very sick, and they may say we have to be responsible for that commons as well as the other commons below us.
Thank you, sir.
Jessica sir, I am Ovesare from Rajatipuram campus. My question is to Dr. Arthur sir. What measures do you think are within the judiciary's purview to encourage sustainable practices and mitigate climate change effects?
Of course, there are many measures to achieve sustainability as we go forward. With respect to climate change, we know that the main source of climate change impacts is using fossil fuels. It's the extraction of carbon from the ground. And therefore, the only solution to that is to stop taking carbon out of the ground. We have no technical way of taking carbon out of the atmosphere, putting it back again at anything like the scale that we're doing. So therefore, all the scientists are saying we must stop using fossil fuels, which of course, when you say, how do I change my form of transport? Maybe I use less transport. Maybe if there's no alternative to having my own separate vehicle, then we have to push strongly for public transport in the community. More buses, trams, metro, and so on, so people can get around without having to use the inefficient forms of private transport. And so whatever you do, how do you cook? What kind of electricity you use in their home? In each area, we can already say, what do we do to stop forcing more carbon into the atmosphere? And then on the other side, what can we do to repair or restore nature? What can we do to plant more trees? To make it also cool the city to have more trees in the city? What can we do to ensure that wherever there's a natural area, or we can start a community garden and grow our vegetables together? and have more growing there. So the different ways that we can address that, either in reducing carbon release or increasing carbon capture, will help us to solve the problems.
Thank you, sir. Sir, I have a question for Mr. Andres Bermal also. Sir, ma'am, I have one more question. My name is Ojas Srivastav. My question is to Dr. Arthur. How can judiciary collaborate with other branches of government and international organizations to combat climate change?
Well, of course, the whole principle of multilateral governance is that everybody works together. The United Nations is an organization of nation states. And so, therefore, its whole purpose is to get nation states to collaborate in addressing climate change. And that was my role in the United Nations. I worked in the United Nations for many years and was building programs of countries working together to manage their environment, including climate change. So, but then, of course, within a national government, it needs to work with the city governments, with the local governments, to what they need to do at that level. So each level of government has to play its role in working together to collaborate. And the more they collaborate, the faster we'll go forward.
Thank you so much.
Myself, Shivansh Bhaumik, and my question is to Dr. Arthur. So my question is, how we can the future generation deal with the climatic conditions if the present government fails to recover the climatic conditions?
The thing is, clearly there are many governments that are focused on their short-term political interest and couldn't care less about climate change. Now, in a democracy, the process is that you vote out that government, you vote in another government, that people say they want to do something about climate change. If it's not a democracy, if it's an autocracy, then it's much more difficult because the people have no influence on what the government is deciding. We have to hope that maybe the pressure of other governments or other economic pressure will finally force some kind of change. But whether you have a democracy, then we have opportunities to try to change the government's not looking at our interest for another one that is going to look for our interest, and you find people motivated to make the changes that we need.
Good afternoon, sir. Honorable sir, my question to you is, what should the government do to ensure that the youth are adequately protected from the effects of climate change in the upcoming decades?
That was exactly what Greta Thunberg was worried about. That, she saw that that young people were going to suffer all the damage from climate change, and people weren't paying any attention to it. And I think clearly, first they were marching in the streets. There were massive demonstrations of young people calling. I went out there with a sign saying, "Old people support the young people," because you were the ones who were calling for the changes, and that's having an impact. People listen because the voice. And I think anybody who's really concerned about the future of their family, their civilization, is concerned about their children and their grandchildren, and concerned about young generations. So there should be a motivation among the old people to pay attention to the needs of the youth. And so you need to be vocal on the one hand. The other thing that you can do is, what kind of careers can you pick for your own self to contribute to the solution? Whether you go into the law area, or whether you want to become a scientist, or whether you want to work in social issues, you say, what can I do not to compare with the past? What are the future careers? That's what I did when I was young. In the early 1960s, I think I loved nature. I said, what can I do to protect nature? How to prepare myself to work with developing countries to protect their nature? And there wasn't yet a career of environmental advisor to governments. I created one. I leapt at the chance to do something. So look to the future and build your careers and solve the problems of the world. That's what your youth are here for. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, judges. My question is to Sir Arthur Leon Dahl. Sir, science has proved that Earth...
They know how to turn on a microphone, so just bring it there.
Science has proved that urgent and united global actions need to be taken to limit global warming less than 1.5 degrees centigrade. and precious time is being wasted. How is the government tackling with this issue?
You've raised the whole issue about the importance of science to governance. And the problem that we've faced for decades is that scientists have been saying this is a problem, and governments have paid no attention because their interest is always short-term. They're not looking at the common good or they're not looking about the future generations. They're sort of winning the next election or filling their pockets if they were corrupt or whatever. And therefore, we have to improve the process of governance to actually pay attention. And the thing about climate change is that I've worked on this on the scientific side for 30, 40 years. We've been warning about this was coming, and nobody paid attention. Because they said, oh, we can always forget about that. We'll look at things now, we'll win the next election, somebody else can worry about the problem. Suddenly the problem is here. Suddenly there are terrible fires and floods and disasters, and governments are waking up. Oh, I can't ignore it anymore. The people are not going to vote for me if I didn't do something to protect us from the next flood or from the next terrible catastrophe. So hopefully now the science will convince people to change. People are learning to, and that's why we have to build the best science possible so that they can't argue with it. Science is there. We have to accept the science, and we have to make our decisions within the framework of what science is telling us we need for our own future survival and happiness and well-being. Thank you. I'm sorry for all those children who couldn't ask their questions, but you're a wonderful group. You have wonderful questions, and we could go on all day, and it would be an exciting time to be with you. Thank you.
We're very late for lunch, but still, just one, if I may, a really, really brief question. What is the spiritual basis for wanting to preserve the environment? Just if you wanted to just say a little bit on that. Is there also a spiritual reason why we should work to preserve the environment, or is it just because if we don't, it's not good for our survival?
Well, I think you may say, what is our purpose as human beings? Are we simply here to be a successful animal and to win out over animals? Or have we been created with a spiritual dimension as well as a material dimension? If we look at all the religions talk about having a spiritual purpose, acquiring spiritual qualities, which means growing and developing, refining your character, becoming more humble, becoming more trusting, becoming listening to others, loving others. Those are the values by which we build a successful civilization. That is really the difference between human beings and all the other animal life on the planet, is that we are building a spiritual civilization, one that can advance forever and ever. And the more we do that, the less we need the material side of life. We don't need to flaunt our material development. We can say, oh, I can live more simply. And what did the Buddha teach? What did Krishna teach? What did Jesus teach? What was the example of Muhammad? They didn't live fancy lives with getting lots of jewels and so on and so forth. They lived a simple life. They set the example for us. So following that example, we can build a spiritual civilization, and by taking care of the environment, we ensure that our children and grandchildren also can build the best spiritual civilization possible, because they need the natural environment in order to build the other levels of civilization. Thank you.
Beautiful reply, sir. Beautiful reply. Going back to the scriptures, seeing what our leaders, our religious leaders, seeing what our representatives of God on earth, they have taught us, following that, and that becomes important for preserving nature. And sir has talked about very many beautiful things, and one of the most beautiful things that we found was that when in 1960, when he started working, and he felt that he realized his calling, and he felt that he need to help the developing countries with conservation of nature. And at that time, there was no career in that. There was no job for a consultant for the governments to see to it that the nature is conserved. But he started working, and he started working with such vigor, he started working with such determination that very soon people realized, people around him joined him, and it was realized that it was a very necessary thing for the governments also to have a place for this kind of a position where the governments will be taking consultancy from people who can suggest how to conserve nature. So the lesson that needs to be learned is that if you feel around you there is something that is of utmost importance, pick that up. Start working on it. Soon there will be people around you who will realize that it is important. You will realize that, they will realize that it is important, and very soon you will have a very new kind of career which you have not even thought of. So go by your calling. He talked about the purpose of life. Have a larger purpose and realize what the purpose is and work for your purpose. All the best. Thank you very much for this beautiful session, sir. Thank you so very much. I must thank the students also who were so very attentive throughout. You were excellent children. One loud round of applause for yourselves, and then you go home. Thank you very much. Respected guests, may I request you to kindly proceed for lunch now, right there. Please. Thank you very much for this very informative session.
takes on the responsibility of hosting the International Conference of Chief Justices of the World on Article 51 of the Constitution of India for global justice, world unity and world peace, welcoming distinguished jurists, eminent parliamentarians, legal experts, and peace promoters from across the globe. For the 24th International Conference of Chief Justices of the World, the guests consisting of Chief Justices, judges, Nobel Peace Laureate, Speaker of Parliaments, Vice President, former presidents, former prime ministers, environmentalists, and peace promoters of organizations like Heavenly Culture, World Peace, Restoration of Light, HWPL, Federation of World Peace and Love, FOPAL, from 61 countries were received by the CMS Reception Committee at Delhi and members from CMS World Unity Education Department. Close to 230 guests visited the Taj at Agra. Under the overarching theme of uniting the world for children through enforceable international law and effective global governance, the conference is aimed to foster a collective dialogue on the pivotal role of the world judiciary in promoting global peace and harmony. The Lotus Temple management welcomed the guests and Mr. Ajay Kumar Mishra Teni, State Minister of Home Affairs, Government of India, where a prayer meeting was held.
भारत एक बड़ा देश है और हमने अपनी जरूरतों के हिसाब से आजादी के बाद अपने देश में हम सारे कामकाज को ठीक ढंग से कर सके, उस दृष्टि से संविधान का निर्माण किया और उसी संविधान के भाग 4 में आर्टिकल 36 से 51 तक राज्य के नीति निर्देशक सिद्धांतों को इसमें पिरोया गया है, जिसमें हमारी समाज के प्रति जो जिम्मेदारियां हैं आर्टिकल 36 से 50 तक, उसके बारे में बहुत सारे विचारों और किस तरह से हमको काम करना है, ऐसे प्रिंसिपल्स को स्थापित किया गया। लेकिन आर्टिकल 51 हमारा अंतरराष्ट्रीय व्यवहार अन्य देशों के साथ कैसा होगा, इसको लेकर के ये आर्टिकल है और निश्चित रूप से आज का जो समय है उस समय के अनुरूप ये बहुत महत्वपूर्ण विषय है। मैं श्री जगदीश गांधी जी को, वैसे वो बहुत सारे काम समाज के लिए कर रहे हैं, लेकिन जो उन्होंने विषय चुना है वो आज की दुनिया के लिए बहुत ही प्रासंगिक विषय है।
Dr. Jagdish Gandhi, convener of the conference and founder manager of CMS, accompanied the guests. When conflict, being the default mental state of humankind, is an extremely problematic paradigm leading to challenging times with tension and discord between countries and within countries, it is in the minds of men that the defenses of peace have to be constructed. CMS takes onus in its role as the lighthouse of the society to provide meaningful education, spiritual guidance, and leadership to its students, their parents, and the society in general. Large numbers of CMS children participated in this conference in various capacities. The guests arrived at Lucknow amidst cheering CMS students who greeted guests in traditional Indian welcome of Roli Tika.
This Conference of Chief Justices of the World is organized for the 24th year. It has been a very consistent effort of this school every year to invite the judiciary, some of the most powerful people on earth, arbiters of human affairs, givers of justice, that we invite some of these most powerful people in the world to be with some of the least powerful people in the world, that is children. And this encounter is meant to lead to a dialogue. It's also an opportunity for you to create a climate of opinion in favor of a better global governance.
I bear witness, oh my God, that thou hast created me to know thee and worship thee.
The school, since the turn of the century, by organizing this conference, provides a platform for intellectual exchange and global collaboration, epitomizing its commitment to nurturing future leaders who embody the principles of justice, equity, and diplomacy on the international stage.
Model United Nations is meant to engage students and allow them to develop a deeper understanding into current world affairs.
Our agenda for this model United Nations is reforming the UN Charter through the formation of a global governance structure.
The alarming reality we face is that the current global governance structures are ill-equipped to help us face and solve the complex issues of the world. We need to rethink global governance from the ground up. We need to build a system that is more inclusive, more equitable, and more efficient.
As the quorum is established and the roll call is already taken, the committee is ready to start.
Feminism is not about dominating the other gender, it is about gender equality. And here comes effective global governance, which enhances the gender budgeting and can be a powerful force in dismantling religious barriers.
I ask you, what good is a global organization if the member states fail to stand together, even in the face of a global catastrophe?
It is crucial to ensure that funds are employed efficiently and transparently.
The world has transformed into a global village, and we are aware that a global community demands a world government to be taken good care of.
It is possible for any nation to stand against climate change. Only political will is required. I believe a nation can do this. This is the biggest social emergent movement in all of history.
Global governance is a system of rules, institutions, and practices that shape the way the world is changed.
Reforming the UN Charter or extending the veto power might sound very appealing to many. But this idea, if executed, would shake the very foundation of the United Nations organizations.
It is not the soul of the UN Charter that requires a reform, but the vigor, the commitment, and the ways we enact its noble principles.
The structure of UNSC does not reflect on the contemporary geopolitical realities. India urges that a reformed council is essential for its continued relevance. Ladies and gentlemen, where is the Security Council when Palestinians and Israelis are being deprived of their basic human rights? What did we do as a global community to broker peace during Russia-Ukraine war? We call for UN Charter reform to establish a more just world order.
Every day, innocent people are forced to flee the place that they once called home. They are men, women, and children who have lost everything and are desperately seeking safety and just a normal life.
Ladies and gentlemen, throughout our time together, we have tackled various global challenges and forged new partnerships, but let us remember that our work is still far from complete. Despite the formidable challenges, I remain hopeful.
कहीं भी वर्ल्ड में चीफ जस्टिसेस और जजेस इतनी भारी तादाद में एकत्रित नहीं होते हैं। ये 24वां वर्ष है और ये हम क्यों कर रहे हैं? क्योंकि आज पिछले 2 वर्षों से रशिया और यूक्रेन का युद्ध चल रहा है और दुनिया में आज कोई ऐसी संस्था नहीं है जो इस युद्ध को समाप्त करा सके। इधर आप देखें, इजराइल और पैलेस्टाइन में युद्ध शुरू हुआ है। दुनिया में कोई ऐसी संस्था नहीं है जो कि इसे सेटल कर सके। ये दुनिया के किसी संविधान में इसका प्रावधान नहीं है, केवल भारत के संविधान में इसका प्रावधान है। केवल भारत का संविधान ये कहता है और जो संसार के किसी संविधान में नहीं है, वो है द स्टेट shall endeavor to promote international peace and security. B. Maintain just and honorable relations between nations. C. Foster respect for international law. And D. Encourage settlement of international disputes by arbitration. अर्थात भारत का गणराज्य ये प्रयत्न करेगा कि सारे विश्व में शांति हो, सारा विश्व सुरक्षित हो। दूसरा, भारत का गणराज्य ये प्रयत्न करेगा कि संसार के विभिन्न राष्ट्रों के बीच न्यायपूर्ण संबंध हो और सम्मानजनक संबंध हो। तीसरा, भारत का गणराज्य ये प्रयत्न करेगा कि विश्व के लिए एक कानून बने और सभी राष्ट्र उसका सम्मान करें, अर्थात उसका पालन करें। और चौथा, भारत का गणराज्य ये प्रयत्न करेगा कि सारे संसार में यदि विभिन्न देशों के बीच आपसी मतभेद हो जाए तो उनका निपटारा आर्बिट्रेशन से हो, न कि आर्मामेंट से, न कि आर्मी से, न कि युद्धों से, जैसा कि आजकल हो रहा है। और कोई भी संस्था इसे समाप्त नहीं कर पा रही। यूनाइटेड नेशन अटरली फेलियर है, क्योंकि उसका कारण है उसमें 5 वीटो पावर है, अमेरिका, चाइना, रशिया, फ्रांस और इंग्लैंड। इसकी वजह से यूनाइटेड नेशन 5 पावर ब्लॉक्स में बटा हुआ है। और आज तक जब से यूनाइटेड नेशन बना तब से आज तक एक भी फैसला, महत्वपूर्ण फैसला ऐसा नहीं हो पाया जो सर्वसम्मति से हो गया हो। तो ये आज की स्थिति है कि आज हमें सेटलमेंट ऑफ डिस्प्यूट्स जो भी हो रहे हैं, और भी देशों में आपसी संघर्ष, तनाव बढ़ रहे हैं। जैसे इंडिया और पाकिस्तान में तनाव बढ़ रहा है, इंडिया और चाइना का तनाव है। इसी तरह साउथ कोरिया और नॉर्थ कोरिया का है, ईरान, इराक का है। तो ये जो तनाव बढ़ रहे हैं, कभी भी चाइना और ताइवान का है, तो ये साउथ कोरिया, नॉर्थ कोरिया का है। तो ये कभी भी ऐसी स्थितियां हो सकती हैं जैसे रशिया और यूक्रेन की है, जैसे कि इस समय इजराइल और पैलेस्टाइन की है। तो इसलिए ये कॉन्फ्रेंस बुलाई गई है और इसमें भारी तादाद में चीफ जस्टिस आए हैं, जजेस आए हैं, और हमारे उपराष्ट्रपति जी हैं, और कई देशों के फॉर्मर राष्ट्रपति और फॉर्मर प्राइम मिनिस्टर साहब आए हुए हैं। तो इस पर यही विचार होगा कि आर्टिकल 51 ऑफ द कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन ऑफ इंडिया पर ये कॉन्फ्रेंस हो रही है, और ये भारत के संविधान के अनुच्छेद 51 पर हो रही है। इसका जो निर्णय होगा वो हम आपको 7 तारीख को गोमती नगर ब्रांच में हमारा ये प्रेस के सामने हम रिलीज़ करेंगे। जो डिक्लेरेशन 6 तारीख की शाम को फाइनल होगा, सबकी सर्वसम्मति से या बहुमत से।
This is an opportunity to foster international understanding and collaboration in the field of law and judiciary. Our participation is very important as it is
Hello. Hello. My dear worthy students of CMS.
Hello.
I have come to talk to you as an extra burden. You are from Mahanagar and Jopling Road. Do you know I love you? So what we say, Jai Jagat. You might be having a question in mind which many intelligent people ask. What is that question? why a school should organize a Chief Justices and Justices Conference. And Mr. Gandhi was also a student like you. He was influenced by the philosophy of Mahatma Gandhi, and Mahatma Gandhi used to say, do you know? Jai Jagat. When you go for an interview, if you want to become an IAS, and even in other interviews, if the honorable member of the board comes to know that you are from CMS, which they might know by reading your papers, he will definitely ask you one question. What is Jai Jagat? And also, Mahatma Gandhi said, world peace. I learned from him his ideology of education prevalent during my times, called as basic education, that education should be connected with the village craft. I will not go in detail, only thing to reply your curiosity why this conference. And you are here enjoying Sunday by participating the wonderful, sagacious, meaningful talks by the justices of the world. What happened? He was a student like everybody, and in his testimonies from the university, I came to know that he was very much interested to run a school. Even those people knew it. In any case, no sooner he came out of the portals of the university, opened a school. Even that time he was running a night coaching college to earn his two ends meet. In any case, he got married. I was also interested in education. 59, and same year, January we married, July we opened a school, and you are there. So when this idea, you know, he always wanted to say Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, the whole earth is one family, Jai Jagat, Sarvodaya, the development of the lowest, who is on the lowest pedestal, his development, her development. So, for that, he wanted to have the world government, ideology by Mahatma Gandhi. Same was, you know, precipitated by when he adopted this Baha'i faith in 74 in London. So, all the time you are being guided to say Jai Jagat. Are you doing? What are you saying? Jai Jagat. Very good. So you have to do it now by making the world government, and world government will provide minimum standard of living to all the people of the world. And what is minimum standard of living? Bread, butter, clothing, shelter, good education like CMS and doctor. Each and every person living on the earth must be ensured these 5 facilities, and that is not available. Even the Secretary General of the UNO said the average income of man on earth is only $2 a day. And again, that income is getting lesser and lesser because war is there. All the time some war here or there. Enormous expenditure incurred on war will be saved if you have the world government, because there will be no army with any country, and there will be one army only with the world government, like in India. In any case, he was telling all this to everybody to the extent to everybody who matters. He used to say the same thing. Ultimately, he wrote to the Secretary General Kofi Annan as early September 1999. How many years before? 24 years before. That is why this conference is not 23rd, but it is 24th. First was in December 1999. So he organized a conference, and before that, Kofi Annan wrote to Mr. Gandhi, because he wrote that why UNO is not working on this. So reply was that UNO doesn't work of its own. You are to make the world government. When you send your representatives, your prime ministers, participants here, they should suggest and then they should solve, they should resolve. That is the process. So Mr. Gandhi got a direction. He wrote to all the prime ministers of the world. They were about 200, and he was expecting a reply that they will make the world government, like a child. Then nobody replied except 2. One was the Prime Minister of India, Shri Atal Bihari Vajpayee ji. Another was the Prime Minister of Slovakia. And they said that it is a good idea. Let us see what can we do. Then it also gone with the wind. Then what happened? One mafia, sandal mafia in the south, kidnapped the minister of Tamil Nadu government, and the chief minister that time was very, very upset. So she said, please release my minister. And this dacoit, this gangster said, you release my 50 criminals whom you have already arrested. Out of turmoil, this lady agreed. She said, okay, I will relieve your 50 criminals. Then a man like whom I can say Mrs. Shipra Upadhyay, went to the court in Delhi write a PIL in front of the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court that what type of administration it is for the release of one one minister of her cabinet. She is offering 50 criminals to be out of jail. So, honorable judges who will be here, or already if you are here, they will excuse me taking away their time if I am taking. So, I will not take more than 1 or 2 minutes. Then he passed the order that if the chief minister cannot organize her affairs well, she should resign. And then Mr. Gandhi came to know that even prime ministers are not that powerful, but judges are more powerful. That's all. So he started doing this judges conference. I will tell you later, I think we are running out of time. Am I? Thank you very much. Children, Jai Jagat.
Thank you very much, Badi Didi. Respected Bharati Gandhi ma'am. Children enjoy listening to you, and the guidance that you give, they get to know the history of the school, which they must. They must know what happened before they were, the majority, I'm sure, before they were even born. With this, I would like to welcome each and every one of you to the third plenary session of the 24th International Conference of the Chief Justices. In the second plenary session, just to set the tone for the third one, we touched upon the importance of the dignity of all human beings, and that there should be an international court to deal with corruption. How should we deal with the new sophisticated methods of technology affecting every aspect of our lives, including economics? There have to be standards that are to be followed by all, and violations need to be sanctioned. In this session, we are going to deal with similar and newer topics, and for this we have our eminent guests who are going to speak to each one of you. May I request on stage Honorable Mr. Justice Olukayode Ariwola, who is GCON, Chief Justice of the Supreme Court of Nigeria. May I request you, sir, to please come up on stage. He is going to be presiding over the session. Special guest for the session is Mr. Joe Leinen, former member of European Parliament from Germany. May I request you, sir, to kindly come up on stage and take your place. We also have His Excellency Dr. Pakalita B. Mosisili, who is the MP and former Prime Minister of Kingdom of Lesotho. Respected sir, you are also requested to please come up on stage. Excuse me. Honorable Mr. Justice Y. Bhaskar Rao, may I request you also, sir, to kindly come up on stage and take your place. Honorable Mr. Justice Victor Dasi Odosoyu, President of Supreme Court of Benin. You are also requested, sir, to kindly come up on stage and take your place. As we wait for the arrival of Honorable Mr. Justice Olukayode Ariwola from Supreme Court of Nigeria, We would like to begin the session. Since we are already running behind time, we would like to begin the session with the first speaker for the session. I request His Excellency Dr. Pakalita B. Mosisili, MP and former Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Lesotho, to kindly take the stage and address the students. May I please remind, for paucity of time, we have only 10 minutes for each speaker, and in case a translator is required, you will please be speaking the first few lines and the translator will take over after that.
Thank you, Program Director. Allow me to pay my respects to Dr. Jagdish Gandhi and Dr. Bharti Gandhi and the wonderful CMS leadership as a whole, and of course to the students at CMS, your leaderships and lordships, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It is both an honor and a privilege to stand before you today as we address one of the most pressing issues of our time, namely a challenge that transcends political boundaries, cultural differences, and national interests. We gather here not as representatives of individual nations, but as advocates for the future of our global community. We gather to discuss the imperative of uniting the world for children through enforceable world law and effective global governance. Throughout history, we've witnessed the remarkable achievements of humankind, from technological breakthroughs to overcoming seemingly insurmountable obstacles. Yet, as we revel in our accomplishments, we must not turn a blind eye to the millions of children who continue to face adversity, conflict, and inequality. It is our moral duty to ensure that every child, regardless of their place of birth, enjoys the fundamental rights and opportunities they deserve. Enforceable world law serves as the cornerstone of this noble endeavor. It offers us a blueprint for a world where justice is not a privilege for the powerful, but a right for all. By establishing a framework that holds individuals and entities accountable for their actions, we can put an end to the cycles of violence, of injustice, and of impunity that too often affect innocent children. It is through enforceable world law that we can and should, it is through enforceable world law that we can and should send a clear message, namely that humanity's progress is intrinsically tied to its commitment to justice, compassion, and indeed conscience. Equally critical is the concept of effective global governance. We must recognize that our interconnected world demands collective action in the face of shared challenges. Climate change, refugee crises, and the scourge of poverty are global issues that no single nation can tackle alone. Effective global governance allows us to pool our resources, our expertise, and our efforts to address these challenges comprehensively. By doing so, we foster an environment where children can thrive, where their potential is nurtured, and where their dreams know no bounds. But let us not underestimate the obstacles before us. Building a world united for children requires us to rise above political divisions and short-term interests. It demands leaders who prioritize the well-being of future generations over immediate gains, who value collaboration over confrontation, who acknowledge that the success of any nation is inseparable from the success of our global community, and whose actions are premised on love and conscience. As a former Prime Minister, I have witnessed the power of diplomacy and the impact of international cooperation. I have seen firsthand how dialogue and understanding can bridge differences and pave the way for lasting solutions. Today, using this platform, I call upon leaders from every corner of the world to join hands to transcend the constraints of national borders and to embrace the idea that our collective strength lies in our unity and in our conscious and deliberate policies and programs to address climate change. Together, we can shape a world where children are shielded from the horrors of conflict, where they are granted access to quality education and health care, where their potential is unleashed for the betterment of society, and where they are given space to grow as children. This is a vision that requires us to be not only stewards of our nations, but also stewards of our shared humanity and environment. As I indicated at the Constitution Club in New Delhi a few days ago, we need a change not only of the mindset, but of the heart set as well. In conclusion, let us remember that history has shown us what humanity can achieve when we work together. Let us draw inspiration from the progress we've made and let it guide us as we navigate the challenges that lie ahead. By uniting the world for children through enforceable world law and effective global governance, we honor our responsibility to create a legacy of compassion, of justice, and of opportunity for the generations that follow. Such a world demands that as individuals, as families, as governments and nations, our lives and actions should be underpinned by love and conscience for each other and for the environment. And finally, may I take this opportunity to express my profound debt of gratitude to CMS for honoring me with the Mahatma Gandhi Award for World Unity. I'm immensely humbled by that honor. I thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for your very wonderful and meaningful address. I'm sure we are honored that you have accepted the award that was given to you by City Montessori School. You very beautifully pointed out, almost towards the end, that it's not only the mindset that needs to change, it's the heart set that needs to be changed. It's through enforceable world law and the global governance that changes can be made in the world, a world which is safer for the children, for the next generations which are yet to be born. Next, may I request Mr. Justice Y. Bhaskar Rao, who is the former Chief Justice of Karnataka High Court of India. May I request you, sir, to kindly address the students.
Your Excellencies, my esteemed brother judges, Srimati Dr. Bharati Gandhi, the founder of the institution, distinguished audience, respected teachers, dear students. It's a great pleasure to be associated with you all in this afternoon in the 24th World Chief Justice Conference, particularly to consider the child and war. Before the coming to that topic, I want to say a few words about this institution. This institution was started just by 3 students. 3 students, the madam started this with 2 students. Now the strength is 3 into 20,000 plus 1, 61,000. How the institution grown and what is the service the madam, family and Dr. Jagadish rendering, educating lakhs of people and supplying to society. The education here is not only education, education coupled with moral cultural values. Giving of education is the greatest than the giving of food. Our greatest saint said, Annadanam Paramadhanam, Vidyadanam Mahatparam, Annena Kshanikam Trupti, Yava Jivanja Vidyaya. Food gives only for that day the Trupti, satisfaction, whereas education gives entire life because you are educated and you earn money, you spend, you also give food others. That is the greatness of education. That's way the madam and the Dr. Jagadish Gandhi are giving a human service to society, and they every applaud, every praise they require to give so that madam and Mr. Gandhi will give a longer life to serve society for our own interest. The importance of education was first, our Indian civilization recognized it in 1st century BC. No other than Bhartrhari stated what is the value of education. Vidya dadati vidyanam narasya rupam adhikam, vidya prachanna guptadanam, vidya bhokari yasukari, vidya gurunam guru, vidya paradevata, vidya bandhujano videsha gamane, Vidya Rajasputi Nahidanam. Bhartwari stated that that is the value of education. Then what is this value means? If you, it is education is a hidden wealth. It gives measured comforts, and you will earn money, and it will not lose money. You will, if you go foreign countries, it acts as your friend when you are honored by the kings and state because of education. That is the importance of education. The necessity of education is stated by Jefferson, former President of America. In shortly he stated, I quote, I think by far most important bill in our whole code is the for diffusion of knowledge among the people. No other sure foundation can be devised to preservation of freedom and happiness. Preach, my dear sir, crusade against ignorance, establish, improve law for educating common people. That is the education requires. In the education, teachers play a very great role. The Adi Shankara has described a teacher as a teacher removes the ignorance of quaternium by applying knowledge of collyrium. That the teacher who ignorant students comes to and engage, and you make him erudite, educated youth and send him into society. What is the education? What is the importance of education institutions that is stated by the Supreme Court? I quote, in Mohini Jain case, Supreme Court stated, Mohini Jain case reported in AR 92 Supreme Court, page 1853, Supreme Court stated, various victories are gained, peace is preserved, civilization is built up, and history is made not on the battlefields where ghastly murders are committed in the name of patriotism, not in the council of chambers where inspired speeches are spun out in the name of debate, not even in the factories where are manufactured novel life-supporting instruments, but in the education institutions which are the seedbeds of culture, where children in whose hands quiver the destinies of the future are trained from their ranks will come out when they grow up statesmen, soldiers, patriots, philosophers who will determine the future of the nation. That is the importance of education. Schools means without teachers, no school is there. Therefore, teachers with schools only then function, give good, this institution is given. Then, what the teachers are contributing by teaching the students? What the society is getting it? That also our ancient says, when you prepare a student with erudite knowledge and he comes out, they said, how youth will be for the nation. Yuva Sat Sadhu, youth should be good conduct. Yuva Adhyayaka, he should be learned and learning. Asisto, Dradisto, Balista, he should be resolute, morally, physically strong. Tasyayam, if that's achieved, with Prithvi Sarvatya Vittasa Purnasyat, entire world will be full of prosperity and wealth. Sayeko Manusha Anandaha, that is only measure of happiness to humanity. Therefore, respected teacher, you are contributing to society such pleasure and money and happiness. Then coming to our today's topic, that is war, violence and children. It is the greatest topic of today's discussion, and the entire credit goes to Madam and Gandhiji, the creating a peaceful movement to how to spread this movement through the world so that everybody in the world will canvass for children, argue for children. Ultimately, it is said, for war, what is the remedy? What is the weapon for war? Peace is the remedy. For example, I will say, Gandhiji, when first came India, he was participated in the Champaranya movement 1922, protesting that the farmers cannot be taken more than what is the fixed rent. Then he was arrested, the British government, put in jail. He came out bail. Thereafterwards, the committee was appointed in which along with the collector, Mr. Gandhi was a member. They decided in the committee that such payment of excess amount is illegal and they were stopped. That is the Gandhiji. How the peaceful is success. Therefore, our Gandhi, our Lucknow Gandhi family will definitely get success. Future, this is for the world. Their name will be written because they started this movement. Children are the future custodians of sovereignty, rule of law, justice, liberty, equality, fraternity, democracy, and all. They are future custodians. Children are not simply that. Therefore, let us not ignore the children. We have to protect. For example, I say a present MP or MLA is given 2 gunmen for protection. But we are trampling the students in the name of the war. Their potential environment, aspiration, ambition, future hopes. In fact, they are not only Mason's ideology and philosophy and knowledge and cultural heritage. The deadliest military conflict in the history of First and Second World, about 50 to 60 people were killed. First and Second World Wars. Thereafter, the Britain, America, Russia, China, 4 countries met in Dumbarton Oaks in America in March 1945 and decided to start a peaceful institution for the world. On 24th April, they have met again along with the other 50 countries, which were included, India is also included that. In that, they decided to start UNO. The UNO Charter was signed on the 26th June 1945. The para 155 of the Charter says, I quote, "To save succeeding generations from scourge of war, which twice in our lifetime has brought untold sorrow to mankind, to promote social progress, better standard of life in larger freedom, to practice tolerance and to live together in peace and security, and to ensure by the acceptance of principles and institution methods that armed forces shall not be used save in the common interest, and to employ international machinery for promotion of the economic social advancement of all people." The Charter envisages to practice tolerance and live together with peace one another, strengthening international peace security, the effective collective measure for prevention and removal of peace, threat of peace. Thereafter, the Article 7 of the International Convention on Right to Development says, I quote, "The right to development rights calls all the states to promote the establishment of maintenance of strengthening international peace, security, to that end, to their utmost to achieve general and complete disarmament under the effective international control, as well as to ensure that the resources raised by effective disarmament measures are used for comprehensive development, in particular that to the development of the countries." What is happening now? They are completely, utterly violated. Those who created, those who formed this UNO. Thereafter, the Children's for Protection of Children from 1924 League of Nations, and thereafter United Nations Declaration of Human Rights 1948, Convention on Civil Political Rights, Convention on the Economic Cultural Rights 1966, and the International Convention on Child Rights of 1989 has provided more rights, and none of the rights are protected and saved. Saved the children are being trampled in the name of the war. Now these wars are going on last 20 years on one place or another place. The important war, what are the reasons of war if we analyze? One is terrorism, another is religious conflicts, another is expansion of geographical boundaries, and one name or another branding. Religions, why there is religious conflict? What is the important religious conflict? There should not be, because our Vedic saying is Ekam Sat Vipra Bahuda Vadanti. God is alone, but different saints say in different names. That is our concept. When Vivekananda went to America in 1893, spoke in Parliament of Religions, in his speech he stated, our religion has given shelter. Parsis who were thrown out of their country, they came seek for shelter. They are surviving the religion. Like that, when Genghis Khan invaded 30th century Middle East, all the Muslim migrated India, they are surviving. Like Christians, they came. Every religion, our religion has given the protection to them. Therefore, India is more sacred religion to permit everybody to enjoy and lead life. That is our culture. The similar culture custom to come to so that every one world appreciate this, and this in India principle followed that. Now the wars are going on. Let us take recent Russia-Ukraine war. The UN resolution, 144 members voted for stop the war immediately, given direction. Russia will not followed it. Again, Ukraine uphold the International Court of Justice. Court given order, suspend immediate war. They ignored it. What happened to international institutions? What is the power? What you are doing? And Ukraine war, number of children are dying, and number of children became destitute, number of children missing, number of children are suffering diseases. Coming to now recent, that Israel retaliation attack on Gaza because of the seventh attack. Now, till 1st November, that is about 3 days back, 9,000 people died and 3,450 children died. 1,000 children are missing. This is the tragedy of the children who are suffering, where they are right to protection and they are going to tomorrow. We are losing our own future custodians of the democracy through the world. Therefore, for the war only, our Gandhi correctly realized war weapon is only peace. Regarding peace, he said, the peace is only remedy for the war and violence. So we have to examine the concept of meaning of peace. Peace at any price is most disadvantaged. Peace is better than just war. Peace is more important than justice. I prefer most unjust peace than just war waged. Yes. Just 1 minute I will say that India is a peace-loving country, and our Vedic saying is there about peace, only just I read. Om Dau Shantihi, Antariksha Shantihi, Prithvi Shantihi, Apa Shantihi, Aushada Shantihi, Vanaspati Shantihi, Vishwadeva Shanti, Brahma Shanti, Sarve Shanti, Sarve Shanti. Like that they said, peace to ocean, peace to atmosphere, peace to earth, peace to unto the medical and plants herbs, peace to vegetation, peace to God, peace to Brahma. Everybody peace. That is our loving, peace-loving nation. Therefore, friends, let us fight with the weapon of war with weapon of peace. I am very, very grateful for giving this opportunity to the Gandhi and Madam Gandhi, to the organizers, and patiently hearing me. And thank you very much for hearing me. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. May peace prevail on earth. That is what even we pray. Thank you very much for appreciating the efforts that City Montessori School is making, contributing positive things to the society. You talked about the importance of education and how an educated individual is an asset for the society, how he is able to befriend people even in foreign lands and even earn money over there. So good moral and physical conduct, resolute character, all this is going to bring prosperity and give happiness to the society. We are grateful for your thoughts, sir. Next, I would like to invite Honorable Mr. Justice Victor Dasi Odoso, President of Supreme Court of Benin. May I also request the translator to come up?
Son Excellence Dr. Jadi Gandhi, Excellence Madame Gandhi, fondatrice de City Montessori School, Mesdames et Messieurs les chefs des hautes juridictions du monde, Mesdames et Messieurs les participants à la 24e conférence internationale des chefs des juridictions du monde, chers étudiants de la prestigieuse école City Montessori School, Mesdames et Messieurs. Je peux continuer?
Addressed by the President of the Supreme Court of Benin, His Excellency Dr. Jagdish Gandhi, ladies and gentlemen, the head of the highest court of the world here present, ladies and gentlemen, participants in the 24th International Conference of Heads of the Jurisdiction of the World, dear students of the prestigious City Montessori School.
C'est bien un réel plaisir pour moi d'être ici et de prendre la parole au nom de la Cour suprême du Bénin. Le Bénin qui est un pays de l'Afrique occidentale, situé à côté du grand voisin, le Nigeria. Je m'en voudrais de ne pas exprimer avant tout propos les sincères et chaleureux remerciements de ma délégation à notre respectueux hôte, Dr. Jadi Gandhi, pour son aimable invitation à cette auguste rencontre.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is a real pleasure for me to be here and to speak on behalf of the Supreme Court of Benin. I would therefore be remiss if I don't express, first of all, the sincere and the warm thanks of my delegation to our respectful host, Dr. Jagdish Gandhi, for his kind invitation to this majestic meeting.
À notre cher frère et ami, le professeur Sandip, grand maître des présidences assises, nous adressons nos mots de profonde reconnaissance pour son sens d'humilité et d'organisation, jamais pris à défaut.
To our dear brother and friend, Professor Sandeep Srivastava, Grand Master of this meeting, we address our words of deep gratitude for his sense of humility and organization never found wanting.
Mesdames et Messieurs, permettez-moi de remercier aussi très sincèrement, individuellement et collectivement, chacun des 61 000 étudiants de ce prestigieux lieu d'éducation.
Ladies and gentlemen, allow us to thank very sincerely, individually and collectively each of the 61,000 learners of this prestigious place of education.
Mes remerciements vont également à leurs parents qui ont cru et continuent de croire au modèle de l'enseignement dispensé dans cette école qui allie l'instruction et l'éducation.
My thanks also go to their parents who believed and continue to believe in the model of education provided in this school, which combines instructions and educations, things that no longer run the street at this time in an era of moral decline.
Chers parents, vous pouvez être fiers du citoyen de demain en préparation dans cette grande école.
Dear parents, you can be proud of the citizen of tomorrow being prepared of this school.
Mesdames et messieurs, la reconnaissance est la mémoire du cœur. Aussi voudrais-je, avec beaucoup d'humilité et d'émotion, exprimer ma sincère gratitude à la City Montessori School pour la distinction honorifique dont elle m'a gratifié il y a de cela quelques jours.
Ladies and gentlemen, gratitude is the memory of the heart. I would also like to express with a great humility and emotion my sincere gratitude to the City Montessori School for the honorary distinction with which it bestowed on me approximately 48 hours ago.
Je reste très sensible à cette distinction de Lord Buddha Award for World Peace qui m'est faite et que je m'empresse de dédier à toutes les délégations des hautes juridictions africaines ici représentées.
I remain very sensitive to this distinction of Lord Buddha Award for the World Peace, which has been made to me and which I hasten to dedicate to all the delegation of the high African courts represented here.
Mesdames et messieurs, notre monde, la planète Terre est en crise. Partout, les hommes se tuent, les pays se désagrègent, les nations se font la guerre, les plus forts écrasent les plus faibles ou les plus vulnérables.
Ladies and gentlemen, our world planet Earth is in crisis. Everywhere men are killing each other, countries are, nations are waging war. The strongest crush the weakest or the most vulnerable.
Les innocentes âmes que sont les enfants sont égorgées tels des animaux. Affamés, s'ils ne se trouvent écrasés sous l'effet des bombes meurtrières et assassines, l'humanité se déshumanise. Le monde perd tous ses repères et court inconsciemment à sa perte.
The innocent souls that are children are so treated like animals, starved if they are not crushed under the effect of murderous and murderous bombs. Humanity is being dehumanized. The world loses all its bearings and is unconsciously heading towards its doom.
Et pourtant, à la fin de la Seconde Guerre mondiale, des mécanismes ont été pensés et conçus pour prévenir le monde de ces cataclysmes et pour garantir ainsi la paix, une paix durable, sans laquelle il ne saurait y avoir une prospérité économique pour nos différents pays.
And yet, at the end of Second World War, mechanisms were thought out and designed to prevent the world from these cataclysms and other setbacks, and to thus guarantee peace, a lasting peace without which there could be no economic prosperity of our country.
La course à l'armement, hier effrénée, mais aujourd'hui démentielle, l'intolérance religieuse, la volonté de puissance, l'hégémonie politique et économique, la violation du droit international, du droit des peuples à leur autodétermination, et j'en passe, ont eu raison de la communauté internationale et même de l'Organisation des Nations Unies qui peine à assurer sa mission.
The arms race, yesterday frantic but today insane, religious intolerance, the desire for power, political and economic hegemony, the violation of international law, of the right of peoples to their self-determination and I in progress, have got the better of the international community of the United Nations organization, which is struggling to carry out its mission.
Devant ce tableau sombre, du monde cependant globalisé, les assises de la conférence internationale des chefs des juridictions du monde, qui en sont à leur 24e édition, apparaissent comme un cadre pertinent et approprié de réflexion sur le devenir du monde.
Faced with this dark picture of the world, however globalized, the meetings of the International Conference of Heads of Jurisdiction of the World, which are in their 24th edition, appear to be a relevant and appropriate framework for reflection on the future of the world.
Le célèbre tiers-mondiste Aimé Césaire nous aura prévenus. Il a dit ceci, je cite, « Une civilisation qui s'avère incapable de résoudre les problèmes que suscite son développement est une civilisation décadente. »
The famous third worldist Aimé Césaire warned us, a civilization which proves incapable of resolving the problems that its development gives rise to is a decadent civilization.
Mesdames et messieurs, les thématiques qui sont abordées aux rencontres annuelles de City Montessori School et qui touchent à tous les volets du diagnostic du mal de l'humanité d'aujourd'hui illustrent la volonté de cette école. Que dis-je? Illustrent notre volonté commune de travailler à infléchir la tendance mortifère actuelle. La fatalité est l'excuse des âmes sans volonté, comme le dira l'autre.
The themes which are addressed at the annual meeting of City Montessori School and which touch on all aspects of diagnosis of the evil of humanity today illustrate the will of the school, illustrate our common desire to work to reverse the current deadly trend. Fatality is the excuse for souls without will, the other will say.
Il nous faut effectivement réfléchir à la refondation de l'institution onusienne, réformer le droit international, mettre fin à l'impunité des prédateurs du monde, lutter contre le réchauffement climatique, combattre sous toutes leurs formes les politiques de domination des plus faibles par les plus forts.
We must indeed think about rebuilding the UN institution, reforming international law, putting an end to impunity of world's predators, fighting against global warming, combating in all their forms the policies of dominations of the weakest by the stronger.
Il nous faut ressusciter les valeurs au fondement de la coexistence pacifique des nations et des peuples.
We must bring back the values underlying the peaceful coexistence of nations and peoples.
Mesdames et messieurs, nous ne trouverons jamais assez les mots justes pour sublimer l'action du docteur Gandhi et de toute son équipe pour leur combat pour l'avènement d'un monde de paix, d'un monde plus juste, plus humain, porté par l'amour et les fondements solides du droit et de la justice.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will never find enough of the right words to sublimate the action of Dr. Gandhi and his entire team for their fight for the advent of a freer, more human world driven by love and solid foundations of law and justice.
Les 61 000 apprenants ou étudiants de City Montessori School ne nous ont-ils pas rappelé, par leurs différents tableaux artistiques d'accueil, dont chacun de nous se souviendra à jamais, la nature du monde qu'ils souhaitent hériter de nous?
Have not the 61,000 learners of City Montessori School reminded us in their various welcoming artistic paintings, which each of us will remember forever, of the nature of the world that they wish to inherit from us?
Un monde de paix, de justice, d'égalité entre les hommes et de respect mutuel.
A world of peace, justice, equality between the men and the mutual respect.
Le combat de Gandhi et de City Montessori School est celui de nous tous, hommes et femmes de tous les continents, si épris de paix, d'égalité entre les hommes.
The fight of Gandhi and the City Montessori School is that of all of us, men and women from all continents, so in love with peace and equality among men.
Longue vie à City Montessori School. Vive la conférence des chefs des hautes juridictions du monde. Vive la solidarité internationale. God bless you. Je vous remercie.
Long live City Montessori School. Long live the Conference of Heads of the High Courts of the World. Long live international solidarity. God bless you. Thank you.
Merci. Merci. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. We really appreciate your expression of gratitude to City Montessori School and its founders and their efforts that are being made over the years. You very rightly pointed out, where can children live? They can live where there is peace, where they are safe from the murderous efforts made by others. You talked about the arm race that used to be frantic in the past but is insane at the moment. And you very correctly pointed out, we are also in City Montessori School are of the same opinion that UN needs to be restructured. There has to be a change in the structure. The future holds that change. We wait for that while we work for it. Last but not the least, I request the speaker of the session, Mr. Joe Leinen, former member of the European Parliament, who has come all the way from Germany to speak to our children. Please, sir.
So, Excellencies, Chief Justices.
Sir, just a second. I'm so sorry. Children, may I request you to stay back now? I'm sure sufficient number of students have already left for the parallel sessions. Please stay back in the auditorium.
Yeah, honorable guests, especially dear students and the Gandhi family. Mrs. Gandhi still here in the room. It's my first time I participate in this wonderful conference. And I must say it exceeds my expectations. I didn't know exactly what will happen, but the last 3 days have been really wonderful, especially looking in the eyes and in the faces of these powerful children, the students. And I think looking on the students here in the room, you are among the children in the world that are probably the most aware of global problems, but as well looking for global solutions. And I feel at home because for almost most of my life, I felt as a global citizen, at least as an international citizen at the beginning. And I tell you my story. I'm born in a little village directly on the German-French border. And you might know that there have been 3 wars between Germany and France. We have been the biggest enemies in the last century and before. And my parents literally didn't leave their village, but they needed 5 passports in their life, because after every war, my region was changing nationality. So not leaving the village, they have been German, French, German, French, German. And as a child, I found that absolutely absurd, that you need 5 passports, not living the place where you are born and where you're grown. And very early in high school, in your age, I thought I have to look beyond that border. I have to contact my neighbors. I have to cooperate with my neighbors, and I have to communicate with them. And so after a long journey, it brought me in my life to the European Parliament, the only really transnational parliament in the world, where we are coming together as elected representatives of the citizens from 27 countries to make laws, make norms for 450 million people. Not much in Indian terms, but a lot for us. And it is a miracle that 27 sovereign states accept the transfer and the common shared sovereignty in the European Union. It's a miracle. And I think the founding father, Robert Schuman, who got that idea to share sovereignty. You're not losing it, but you're sharing it because you participate in the decision making. He had a really revolutionary idea in 51, last century. And I think this idea of sharing sovereignty is the more valid for this 21st century, where we will need it urgently. So in the European Parliament, we are elected every 5 years. Next year in June is the next direct election to the European Parliament. And you are sitting next to a colleague from Spain, a lady from Sweden, another one from Poland or from Italy. You debate, yeah? You fight in civilian way with words, not with guns. That's the big advantage from previous periods where they fight it with guns. In the EU, we have lasting peace, and nobody could imagine that there is any more a war between these 27 states. So we are fighting in brackets with our opinions, our beliefs, but with words, and we accept democratic decision-making. If there is a majority, it is a majority. And you can win and you can lose. That's the norm in democracy. And I think that this citizen chamber in the European Union has brought a lot of advantage to the citizens. I know from my 20 years, I was very long in the Parliament, chairing the Environment Committee, the Constitutional Committee, how much elected representatives of the citizens see the problems of the citizens. Whether it is the principle of non-discrimination by whatever, by gender, by being handicapped, by religious or whatsoever, I think the Parliament did a lot to have the principle of non-discrimination in the laws of the EU and even in the treaty of the EU. We have done a lot for consumer protection. So if you go in a supermarket or in any market, you could be betrayed. What you buy is not worthwhile, it's breaking the next day, it has toxic substances, whatsoever. And it was the Parliament who put always the finger on good quality of products and services. And there are a wide range of laws guaranteeing a high standard for consumer protection. Not to speak about the many laws in the environment where coming from our constituencies, we knew about air pollution, water pollution, and today, of course, the bigger the problems of biodiversity loss and climate change. Now, I think my experience in the European Parliament has been excellent, and I saw that everybody who was around this chamber was excited as well that it exists. And I hope very much that the African Parliament, the Latin American Parliament, maybe the Asian Parliament, the Mercosur Parliament, if in this region there would be peace, the SAARC Parliament of South Asia, that bigger regions could come together, that would be a step towards what I have worked in the last 10 years towards a world parliament. And that is definitely what I believe in, that it is a great idea and it has to come and it will come. I was in student times part of the European Federalist Movement for the United States of Europe, and when we asked for direct elections to the European Parliament, we have been told it's an illusion. Cannot have a parliament beyond national border. It's not possible. But then you see all good ideas, the day will come when they prevail. And that's the same today if you ask for a world parliament. And with my colleague Andreas Bummel, we have written that big book that I recommend to you. And it was translated in Japanese, in Chinese, in French, in German, in Spanish. So I think and hope that that idea will spread and we get a worldwide movement where the citizens one day will elect their representatives to the World Parliament. What a wonderful idea. And I think if we speak about reform of the UN, this is a major, big idea that the UN needs a bicameral system. A chamber of the states, which is existing, the General Assembly, but then additionally a chamber of the citizens, which is the World Parliament. And I see the excitement of the young people. I had a session today, and you come to me to speak about it. I think in your lifetime, you have really to realize that huge idea to have a global citizen chamber, a world parliament for better days on this planet. Now, we know that in the democracies you have the separation of powers, the legislative power with the parliament, the executive in the government, and then of course the judiciary. And there as well, in the EU, we are happy to have the European Court of Justice. It is incredible big value. Because even when states are signing treaties, they are signing conventions, it's not guaranteed that they follow what they have signed. And we have seen that in the EU. We have so many laws that are binding, but the one or the other country is not willing to implement it. And then what to do? We are a peaceful entity. We have no army in the European Union. You cannot interfere by police or by army. You have to interfere by the rule of law. And it is as well a good thing that in the last 70 years, all rulings of the European Court of Justice have been followed. Sometimes reluctantly, it took some time, a year or two, and then it was followed. And therefore, we are a community of law. And that is something that the citizens expect. If you decide something, that you do it, and not that you have it on paper, but then you forget that you have signed it. That is not what is trustworthy. And therefore, I hope, this is my second idea, that the International Court of Justice, which exists, can be empowered. It has done a wonderful job, but with the limited scope of interstate conflicts, it can do more by giving advisory opinions, had not always to do rulings. It can do advisory opinions if it is called by a state to give an opinion or by the General Assembly. So I hope that the rule of law is as well premature in the future in the UN system and can be widened, because that gives trust. Yeah, we have the International Criminal Court, as you might know. I'm part of the World Federalist Movement, not only of the European Federalist Movement, and you might know that it was the citizens, it was the civil society campaigning over years that impunity should end in this world. When you have crimes against humanity, it cannot be that those responsible can escape without punishment. And therefore, the International Criminal Court, this year 25 years old, is a great achievement, and I hope, of course, that ratification will be done by more countries, and more can be done to avoid wars, crimes against humanity, and more, let's say, sanctioning those who still try to do it. It was mentioned as well here on the podium that corruption is a huge problem everywhere in the world. In some countries more and others less. I saw actually in the TV in my hotel a poll. You have election in the state quite soon. Was corruption in the last 5 years diminishing or increasing? It's amazing what the citizens feel. It was 67% said corruption was increasing, and only 21% said it was diminishing. So we have a big problem, because corruption is stealing money from the citizens. When it is state money, definitely, and when it is private money as well, because that money lacks for public services, for common goods. So I think an international court against corruption is the next as well campaign that I see many NGOs and civil society doing. It could do a lot of benefit for the world. Now, my last point, democratic governance need a legal base. We are not having monarchies where the monarch and the family is ruling by their laws. We don't want dictatorships where it's very arbitrary. So you need a legal base, and the UN Charter is, of course, the legal base and the constitution of our world. But as it was said, I will not lose too many words on it. It is totally outdated. And I was part of the Global Governance Forum with Augusto Claro, who spoke yesterday, and Joshua Lincoln spoke this morning, Andreas Bummel, Gita Gandhi was part of it, looking for bold ideas to reform the UN Charter. And we know that the veto has to go. We must empower the most legal institution in the UN, which is the General Assembly. The General Assembly should have more courage and should have more, let's say, power to make resolutions and make, let's say, the Security Council as well reliant on the major problems we have. Yes, the UN Charter didn't know what digital means. That was not known in 48. They didn't know that we have these environment problems. And I think that all the agencies, the UN Environment Program, the UN Health Organization, they are working in silos. And there should be somehow a body where all these good ideas come together to have a comprehensive and a coherent strategy for the world. And there is the idea that we get a resilience council, it's called by the name, where you bring the energies of the UN together to have better solutions. Now, indeed, we are living in unprecedented times. Technology is advancing like never before. What is modern today is already old tomorrow in some areas. And we have everything we need. We have knowledge. We have many technologies to solve problems, and we have a rich world. There are a lot of financial possibilities, but unfortunately, they are not equally distributed and they are not directed in the good sense. And therefore, I think we need a better global governance to avoid this world to be more fragmented and to be incapable to solve our problems. It was mentioned by the High Justice from India that the UN was created after the biggest catastrophe of last century. So let's do everything that we don't need a big catastrophe in this century, whether military or in another way, to be wiser than we are today, to be more willing than we are today, to come together and have a better global system to govern the world and to solve the problems. And I think next year, with the Summit of the Future in the United Nations, there's a good opportunity to push some of these issues. And I'm happy and again thankful for the invitation. And I wish the students especially a good career, a bright future. You're the next generation. Please solve the problems of this world. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for this beautiful insight into what needs to be done. If European Parliament is possible, so is the World Parliament. This is a very, very positive note with which we end this session. And before that, more willing, more eager, more interested in uniting the world. We all need to be that. A beautiful way to bring this session to a close. May I now thank all the speakers, all the honorable speakers, to have participated so beautifully in this session and guided our students. I'm sure they have learned a lot in these sessions. Thank you very much. Now, as we come to the end of this session, we break for coffee, for tea or coffee for 10 minutes. and we then begin with the next session. Thank you very much.
Responsibility of hosting the International Conference of Chief Justices of the World on Article 51 of the Constitution of India for global justice, world unity and world peace, welcoming distinguished jurists, eminent parliamentarians, legal experts and peace promoters from across the globe. A grand inauguration in the presence of the chief guest, His Excellency Mr. Marie Cyril Eddy Boisson, GOSK, Vice President of the Republic of Mauritius, Guest of Honor Mrs. Sushma Khadakwal, Mayor of Lucknow, students and staff of CMS Kanpur Road campus through cultural performances displayed in all its glory and grandeur the four building blocks of CMS education, that of universal values, global understanding, service to the world, and excellence in all things.
I bear witness, oh my God, that thou hast created me to know thee and worship thee.
So it's over to the children, as you can see in front of you, the young babies, in fact girls, dressed in the beautiful yellow ensemble for that special welcome dance.
Ayuri, 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 aaj shubh din ayuri.
We have our CMS students of the primary section of City Montessori School, Kanpur Road campus, to present the All Religion Prayer.
त्याग मूर्ति तू शांत चित्त तू योग रूप संसारी दया प्रेमान मानवतेचे प्रतीक तुझी ईश्वरी ईश्वर की सेवा कोई और है क्या जो दूर करे कठिनाइयाँ
पक्के तेरे कच्चे तेरे झूठे तेरे सच्चे तेरे सानू पार लंघा दो सतगुर असी अनजाने बच्चे तेरे वाह गुरु वाह वाह गुरु वाह वाह गुरु वाह वाह He will make a way. He will make a way. Oh, God will make a way where there seems to be no way.
ईश्वर अल्लाह वाहे गुरु चाहे कहो श्री राम ईश्वर अल्लाह वाहे गुरु सबका एक है अलग अलग है नाम.
And we'll now begin with segment 1. And this is being led by the first band group, the Celebrity Drummers. Ladies and gentlemen. Majestic, magical, grand, and look what we have here. The logo of CMS, City Montessori School. A journey of 64 years, ladies and gentlemen. The glorious journey of City Montessori School. The school which began with 5 children in the year 1959. Today has 61,000 students across 21 campuses across the Lucknow city. 64 years of elegance indeed. We also have our children carrying the flags of the United Nations, and the girls will also come along with globes in their hands. The style, matchless. The swag, matchless. The sublime, euphoniums. Oh, we have the peacock chariot. And who do we have there? Look at that beautiful peacock chariot approaching. And we have our respected founders there, our leaders, Dr. Jagdish Gandhi, Dr. Mrs. Bharti Gandhi, waving out at the audience. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen. Our respected founders who began this journey 64 years ago, waving out at us. Our respected Sir, Dr. Jagdish Gandhi, and respected Bari Didi, Dr. Mrs. Bharti Gandhi, on that peacock chariot. Beautiful, isn't it? Proud CMSians about to perform in front of you with their founders there to provide constant
दिल है जान है ईमान है दिल है जान है ईमान है आन है बान है मुस्कान है तेरी हर उड़ान में दिल कुर्बान है प्राण है मान है जुबान है प्राण है मान है मुस्कान है तेरी हर उड़ान हमारी शान है तेरी हर उड़ान हमारी शान है
जय जगत जय जगत जय जगत पुकारी जा जय जगत जय जगत जय जगत पुकारी जा जय जगत पुकारी जा
Garland, our respected founders, Dr. Jagdish Gandhi, Dr. Mrs. Bharti Gandhi. Our founders are being garlanded, as you can see. Our principals garlanding our founders. A beautiful Geeta ma'am is here to strike the gong, and here goes. moment, ladies and gentlemen. Don't miss the swirl, the sway, the confidence, the style. There goes. Beautiful.
एक ओंकार सतनाम करता पुरख निर्भव निर्वैर अकाल शरणं जब सबकी एक है धरती और सबका एक गगन, फिर काहे को फिरता कोई काहू में मगन, कोई काहू में मगन। सब धर्मों का सभी जगह हो सुंदर एक भवन, जिसके प्रांगण में हो एकता शांति और अमन। हृदय एक हो सबकी, एक हो सबकी भावना, मिलके करे सब प्रार्थना, तब आएगी सद्भावना। मिलके करे सब प्रार्थना, तब आएगी सद्भावना।
Different colors, dialects differ, born of a woman, we're all the same, male and female, poor and wealthy, young and aged, we're all the same, one breath, one life, our goal, a better world, one breath, one life, our goal, a better world, I see.
In accordance, their gait, smart, absolutely confident, chin up, saluting you, paying a tribute to you, acknowledging your presence. The mortal trembles. And up next, segment 5. Ladies and gentlemen, the Imperial Buglers. Stylish, confident, full of conviction. And following the Imperial Buglers are the Angels of Unity and Peace. Various colorful blocks, the printer, where children play and learn and celebrate their learning.
Let's shout out together, facing each other we are one. Here with the family of peace, holding hands together we are one. Let's shout out together, facing each other we are one.
Jai Jagat and a very good afternoon, everyone. May I request everybody to kindly settle down so that we can begin with this next session in the auditorium. All the students, all the teachers, kindly settle down. We are ready. It's the second day since we have been talking about various issues of the world. And since the time you children have come up here in this auditorium, we've been talking about how can we have a better global governance, how we need a world that is more safe, that is more happy, that is more comfortable for the children. May I request silence in the auditorium? We are quiet. We are not talking. We are ready to listen. We are ready to listen. We are here like sponges to absorb all that what is being said to us, so that the changes that are desired in the next world. Today we are learning what are the changes that need to be made. Tomorrow we are the ones, you are the ones who are going to bring about those changes. Until you know, unless you listen to the speakers here, how will you know what needs to be done? This is a broader classroom that you are sitting in. I appreciate. We are silent. We are ready to listen. Thank you, children. And thanks, teachers, for educating your children. So in this session, we are going to have two major issues that are going to be discussed, and one very important topic that is taken up in this session is misunderstanding the rule of law. We all have been talking about rule of law, rule of law, rule of law. So what is this rule of law and how we misunderstand this rule of law? We are going to have our eminent speaker, Honorable Mr. Justice Vincent A.D. Gaetano, who is going to talk to us about it. He is the former Chief Justice of Malta. He is the former judge and section president of European Court of Human Rights, Strasbourg, France. The second topic that we are going to take up, or the second topic that is going to be taken up here, is the climate litigation. You have been talking about climate change. You've been talking about how you are going to safeguard people from climate change, how you are going to educate people from bringing about this climate change, and how to keep yourself safe. But what to do if somebody is bringing about this damage to the climate? That is climate litigation. And to talk about that, we have our Honorable Justice, Dr. H.C. Adil Omar Sharif, who is the first Deputy Chief Justice of Supreme Constitutional Court of Egypt. He is the one who has been gracing this conference right from the inception, right from the beginning, and he has been a great guide and cooperator in this great issue. Thank you very much. May I request you to kindly come up on stage. Honorable Mr. Justice Vincent A.D. Gaetano and Honorable Justice Dr. H.C. Adil Omar Sharif to kindly deliver their talks to the students. Welcome, sirs. Please. First, we are going to have the speaker, Honorable Mr. Justice Vincent A.D. Gaetano from Malta. Please, sir, over to you.
Thank you very much, Madam Ruchi Buwan, for that introduction. Now, dear students, this is intended solely for you. In fact, you can see that the front of the auditorium is almost empty. Hurrah! Okay? Great. So this is intended for you. However, please, I would like your undivided attention. I saw that Mrs. Buwan was asking for silence. In my days, teachers would say, I want to hear a pin falling. Or a pin drop. Once a teacher did that in my class. Outside, someone dropped a big table, and the noise it made, of course, startled everyone, and he never attempted again to ask to hear a pin drop. Okay. Now, I'm grateful for the previous speaker, in the previous session, for the last speaker in the previous session, Mr. Joe Lyman, who repeatedly referred to the concept of the rule of law. You remember he said in the European Union, when someone does not obey the law, a member of the European Union, we take him to court. We do not fight, we don't have an army. We resolve the issue by way of the rule of law. But really, the rule of law is much more than that. It's much more than a ruling by a court. So let me go step by step and see, and we've heard about fundamental human rights, good governance, good administration. We've heard the word rule of law, but what is really this rule of law? Let's go step by step, as I said. Certainly, the rule of law is neither a rule nor a law. So if it's neither a rule nor a law, what on earth is it? It is an attitude, a forma mentis, I would say, that must accompany every interaction of those who run the country and the rest of the people in the country. It has been said that it is not possible to define exhaustively the rule of law, and that it is best explained by reference to behavior and actions, or to the outcome of that behavior or those actions. Others have said that you can explain the rule of law by saying, for instance, what it is not. It is certainly not rule by law. Why? Because every dictator can use the law to rule. We know that. Every corrupt government can use the law to further corruption. So when lawyers happily cite, for instance, Cicero, the famous Roman orator, when he said that we, as a sort of the basis of the rule of law, when Cicero said, we are slaves of the law so that we may be free. Beware, that is not exactly what the rule of law is all about. I think I've got it there. Yes, it's in Latin first, and then it's in English. The rule of law bears some affinity, some closeness with the concept of justice. Hundreds of years ago, in North Africa, a philosopher and theologian by the name of Augustine of Hippo, said that, is that way? Yes. That he saw much affinity between the concept of justice and the ordinary functioning of a state. We say that a state should be governed by the rule of law. When he said that if you remove justice from inside the state, of course the state in those days were kingdoms, not states as we know them today. If you remove justice, what are kingdoms but a bunch of thieves? Okay? My favorite author when delving into this concept of the rule of law is a rather unknown chap by the name of John of Salisbury. Now, although he bears the name of an English town, he was eventually ended up as Bishop of Chartres in France. He lived in between 1110 and 1180, and he was both a philosopher, author, diplomat, and ultimately, as I said, bishop. And he said that the great difference, you can read it there, I hope, between a tyrant and a prince, there is this single or chief difference, that the latter obeys the law and rules the people by its dictates, acknowledging himself, but as their servant. Why is it? You know, remember, that even the word minister, minister of government, what is the origin of the word? Thank you very much. I think they heard me loud enough. What is the origin of the word minister? It comes from Latin ministrare, which means to serve. Ministers are there to serve. Originally, they would serve their king, ministers of the king. But in a democracy, in modern states, they are there to serve the people. Again, if we go further down the line after John of Salisbury, if we go to 1215, that famous document, Magna Carta, where the English barons forced King John to sign a number of concessions at Runnymede. Runnymede is a place very close to Windsor, by the way, in 1215, was an attempt to restore the rule of law in that kingdom, with one of the most famous components of the rule of law, and one of the most important components of the rule of law, which is justice to all within a reasonable time. How often do we complain, and I'm sure in your state here we complain, about the delays of justice? To no one shall we sell, to no one shall we deny or delay right or justice, promised King John to his barons. Above all, we are all the above, really, are facets of the rule of law as understood in modern times. But let me cut to the chase. One approach is to look at what the rule of law today helps deliver. And the World Justice Project explains the rule of law by stating that it is a system that basically delivers 4 core principles. So there is a system, and from the system you see coming out 4 core principles. And these are the 4 core principles: accountability, just law, open government, and accessible and impartial justice. But these are still very vague principles, and perhaps it should be so. Accountable and open to what? You know, accountability. Accountable and open to what? Especially when it's people in government, ministers, senior civil servants, for instance. Or the judges may be independent and impartial, but, and especially in criminal matters at least, if those responsible for the investigation and prosecution of offenses are not so, or are understaffed, or downright incompetent, how can one speak of impartial justice? This approach of core principles, however, is useful in that it helps focus the discussion. And when we speak of the rule of law is going in all directions, and we need a focus, okay? It is also the approach taken up by perhaps the most influential English judge after Lord Denning these last 20 years. That's Tom Bingham, or to give him his proper title, Baron Bingham of Cornhill. In his famous book, first published in 2010, and which bears the name of a part of the title, really, of this presentation, Bingham lists what he calls sub-principles which collectively form the core of the rule of law. I list them there. I hope they are readable enough in the order in which he has them in his book. The number at the end of every sentence is actually the page number of the 2010 edition, a Penguin edition, by the way. It's a very small book which you can easily read, as bedtime reading, and it's quite ongoing. I mean, it's not very difficult to follow. So the law must be accessible and, so far as possible, intelligible, clear, and predictable. We've heard about from previous speakers about the so-called quality of law, the predictability of law. If law is not accessible, clear, and predictable, then it fails the quality of law test that has been imposed by the European Court of Human Rights, of course within the context of the European Convention on Human Rights. Questions of legal right and liability should ordinarily be resolved by application of the law and not the exercise of discretion. Discretion, especially ministerial discretion, this is the bugbear, the antithesis of the rule of law very often. Ministers and public officers at all levels must exercise the powers conferred on them in good faith, fairly, and for the purpose for which the powers were conferred, without exceeding the limits of such powers and not unreasonably. The law must afford adequate protection of fundamental human rights, and there you have the other three. Number 6, for instance, reminds us of the specter of unreasonable delays, as I have already mentioned, in the administration of justice. Points 3, 5, and 8 deal essentially with non-discrimination and effective protection of fundamental rights, not just nominal protection of fundamental rights, and measuring up to one's international obligations, which was referred to by the last speaker in the previous session. The principle of non-discrimination requires the prohibition of any unjustified, unequal treatment under the law and or by the law, and that all persons have guaranteed equal and effective protection against discrimination on grounds such as race, color, sex, language, religion, and so on and so forth. These sub-principles are not to be understood as comprehensive or exhaustive, as Lord Bingham himself states at the beginning of the book. His pragmatic approach to the subject was to try and give at least a partial definition of the rule of law, citing key features which might serve as a starting point for judges who have to interpret the principle. And of course, Lord Bingham was writing as an English judge in a country that has no written constitution, one of the only 3 countries in the world without a written constitution, the others being, if I remember correctly, New Zealand and Israel, and in a country where the constitution is, in effect, the entire corpus juris of the law, the entire body of the law. That's the constitution. But they have no, fundamental constitution by which to measure all the other laws. And also in a country which has not had a very good relationship, as I mentioned yesterday or the day before, with the European Court of Human Rights. Now, to these 8 points, I would add another 2 focal points, derived mainly from the European Convention on Human Rights. In the context of the field covered by the European Convention on Human Rights, incidentally, a convention which only once mentions the expression rule of law, and that only in the preamble to the convention, not in the substantive text. The rule of law requires not only that society is governed on the basis of laws which are predictable, accessible, and so on and so forth, but also that these laws are the result of a democratic process. This requirement of a democratic process, however, goes beyond the mere notion of majority rule and denotes that decision-making should be a participatory process. Moreover, the separation of powers must be practical and effective and not merely theoretical or on paper. The separation of powers should ensure that power is not concentrated in the hands of one individual or a number of individuals, and, more importantly, that those enacting the law are not the same as those deciding on its application in practice. So here we have 2 further concepts. One, the democratic process, which is not just the imposition of the will of the majority on the minority, but includes taking serious account of the will and aspirations of the minority. And secondly, that the implementation of laws by the agents of the state, be they ever so high or so low in the hierarchy, like ministers or the Attorney General or the Governor of the Central Bank, or parliamentary secretaries or policemen, or indeed public health auxiliaries. This should always be subject to independent verification and check. You can begin to see how one cannot speak of the rule of law, of fundamental human rights, and of good administration or good governance at whatever level, as if these were concepts in splendid isolation from each other. Fundamental human rights and good administration cannot be secured and achieved unless proper account is taken of the core principle of the rule of law. Now, at the very center of the rule of law is the notion that anyone and everyone who exercises power, whether it be legislative power, administrative power, or judicial power, or indeed a mixture of them, because you can have quasi-judicial power as well, all these people should be subject to checks and balances. Now, checks and balances, not the checks and balances in the classical Victorian, those of you who are jurists, and there are very few in the room right now, but those who recall Albert Van Dicey, God rest his soul, as we used to say at university in my days, who used to say there are checks and balances because between the executive branch, the legislative branch, and the judiciary. Nonsense, because of course Parliament is supreme. In the United Kingdom, Parliament was and still is supreme, and Parliament in the United Kingdom, as we know, can make a man a woman and a woman a man, and no one can question that, okay? No, but it is also the checks and balances, especially, notice this, please, the checks and balances of scrutiny by public opinion through proper, full, and prompt information being given through that other important pillar of any modern democratic society, which is independent investigative journalism. Proper scrutiny does not come about by simply having a nicely confectioned law purporting to set up a regulatory body or an overseeing body, or indeed a board of inquiry. We in Malta have had the Inquiries Act since 1977. That means just a couple of years before I joined the Attorney General's office. But the Inquiries Act allows the minister or the prime minister to appoint the board. It can be an inquiry held completely in private, and normally the government never appoints a public inquiry unless it knows fairly well what the outcome of that inquiry is going to be. Okay? Well, mostly in private inquiries. Public inquiries may be a bit tricky, but private inquiries, and then very often inquiries under the Inquiries Act in Malta are an act of damage control more than really trying to find out what is wrong. So, in my opinion, all serious inquiries and all inquiries into serious matters should be conducted in public, with adequate time and resources given to the board to delve into the matter before it, with the possibility of interested parties making submissions, hardly ever the case in Malta, and with a predetermined undertaking by the minister commissioning the inquiry to publish forthwith its findings. That is another form of scrutiny which goes towards accountability. One may give as many functional definitions, functional non-exhaustive definitions of the rule of law, like Bingham's, for instance, as one may wish. But ultimately, what is really crucial for the rule of law to be effective is the genuine predisposition, the attitude of those in any position of power to give practical effect to the functional aspects of any such definition. In other words, to go beyond political posturing and beyond paying lip service to its precepts. This is the issue. I have seen in my life so much political posturing, so much lip service to concepts. Just to give you an idea, in about 7 years ago, actually now, Malta signed and ratified, not only signed and ratified, Protocol number 12 to the European Convention on Human Rights. To this day, and it was signed and ratified with much political fanfare and the hoisting of naval bunting and all sorts of things. To this day, 7 years down the line, that protocol has not yet been transposed into domestic law to make it possible for any person in Malta to seek redress under that protocol in the local courts. One has to refer directly and go to Strasbourg if one wants to seek redress under that particular protocol. So if that is not cantankerously slow maladministration running counter to the rule of law, I don't know what is. How much time do I have? Do I have 2 minutes more? Please. One final leaf, if I may be allowed, from the case law again of the European Court of Human Rights, which I think is particularly relevant to the question of the rule of law. The notion, and I mentioned this in my first intervention 2 days ago, the notion of the positive obligation of a state to secure in an effective manner fundamental rights. This obligation is also crucial to the effective right to good administration or good governance. The development of this concept in the case law of the court needs no elaboration, at least to the jurists here present. And last 2 days ago, I mentioned the case of, what was his name? A chap who was in prison in the Isle of Wight. I can't remember his name. Anyway. No. Yes, it was something. Anyway, actually his case, I can't remember the name right now, it escapes me. That's the difficulty with age, these names start, you know the principle, but you can't remember the name anymore. Golder, Mr. Golder. Golder against the United Kingdom. Okay. Actually, the development of this positive obligation goes before Golder. It started as late as the 1960s with the Belgian linguistic case. Don't ask me what it is, don't try and read it, it's so complicated, I never understood exactly what they were talking about when they wrote their judgment, so I don't expect you. But then, 10 years later, a feisty Irish woman by the name of Mrs. Airy challenged her government in court because Mrs. Airy had a very unfortunate marriage, and she wanted to separate, not divorce, there wasn't divorce yet in Ireland at the time, but wanted to separate from her husband. Now, in Ireland at the time, the government, the state, provided for free legal aid in criminal matters, but not, and also free legal aid in certain civil matters, but not in matrimonial causes, not in matrimonial litigation. There was no legal aid in civil matters at that time in Ireland for matrimonial litigation. The Convention provided and still provides for the right to legal aid only in criminal cases. The court in Strasbourg, however, was quite clear, and I quote, "The Convention is intended to guarantee not rights that are theoretical or illusory, but rights that are practical and effective." So it was not enough for legal remedies to exist. And she had access to a court, unlike Mr. Golder. And, of course, there was no doubt that the Irish courts, the Irish judges, were independent and impartial, granted. But she had no effective remedy. According to the court, the Strasbourg court, this may entail, therefore, where there is this deficit, entail recognizing to such an individual an economic and social right. In this case, the right to free legal aid in civil matters. For, and I quote again, whilst the Convention sets forth what are essentially civil and political rights, many of them have implications of a social or economic nature. Those who were in the parallel session will perhaps now understand where I got the cue from in my introduction to the parallel session late this morning. And I would add that in the field of public administration, and for the purposes of good governance and good administration, it should also extend this right, this extension should also extend to matters of public administration. So I will stop there because I want to give the chance to the students to fire away possibly not very difficult question, because I may not be able to answer them, but any questions they may have on this concept of the rule of law. Let me see if I have any further slides to go there. There's the positive obligations. Okay, there's the last slide, so, and I think, okay, so I leave it at that. Thank you very much for your attention, and in fact, I did hear a pin drop somewhere at the back, okay? So if there are any questions, shall I go and sit there?
You may please sit there.
Okay,
I'll
sure.
invite the questions if at all we have any.
Yes, I have my papers.
These are Thank you very much, sir, for this lively presentation. And as promised, you did confine yourself to 20 minutes as you had promised, as against the half an hour that was given to you for your speech. You talked about the rule of law, which is an attitude for those who rule and all the others. That is, for everybody, it is more of a matter of attitude, of behavior, and of actions. The good thing that we noticed in the process was that justice is not going to be sold or denied or delayed to anyone. That is what we call rule of law. And if from the rule of law we remove justice, so you mentioned that we'll only be having a bunch of thieves up there granting something in the name of justice. Due to paucity of time, we will be able to take only 2 questions per speaker. So I would request the students to stay ready with their questions. After the speech of Honorable Justice Dr. H.C. Adil Omal Sharif, we will take all the questions together. May I now request Honorable Justice Adil Omal Sharif to kindly come and deliver his address to the students. Grateful to you, sir.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you for your kind introduction. You move there. So is this much better? Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Well, at the outset, let me just thank my dear colleague, Chief Justice of Venice of Malta. It's an honor to share the same session with you, sir. And I congratulate you for your brilliant presentation that you have just delivered. I also extend my gratitude to Dr. Jagdish Gandhi, Dr. Bharata Gandhi, and Dr. Geeta Gandhi for giving us all this opportunity to be here at this session, at this conference. And I don't see so many of my colleagues in this session, but whoever is here, I do thank him. And I understand that others are busy with other activities. Well, for me, this is the best part of our conference. It's the opportunity for judges to interact with the students, our future leaders. So this is a unique opportunity given to us. Again, through the vision of City Montessori School, which I have to recognize, And in that sense, I do extend my gratitude also to Mr. Gupta, the Secretary General of the conference, for really keeping up the tradition going and being keen on having this session every year where some of the judges would be able to interact directly with students, raising some topics of importance and see how the interaction would be going on. Well, the title I have chosen for my presentation in this session seems to be vague, like I'm talking about climate litigation. And this term is not really used quite often. We only hear about climate change. Climate change is known as to be a real disaster affecting the whole world. But like any other injury or disaster, whenever we as human beings, our rights are breached or violated, we seek remedy, and therefore we go to court, asking the court to redress us, and we would exert some effort to present the court with evidence that our rights have been infringed upon or has been violated. So if we are smart enough to convince the court that the rights are breached, then the court may redress us. And that is the whole thing also about climate litigation. So I want you to keep this in mind while I'm delivering some notes that I have prepared based on a new trend that's been going on environmental protection activities by using courts to redress the violated environmental rights. So again, the theme I intend to address is using courts of law to meet the climate emergency. In fact, climate change presents one of the forefront challenges our today's world is facing. And it has its ongoing devastating impact on the whole world. Climate change is destroying ecosystems, agriculture, and human health for present and future generations. That is why collective actions are now badly required to encounter such challenge. All state as well as private actors are expected to play a role to eliminate the negative consequences resulting from climate change. However, at state level, wherever we go in this world, legislators, unfortunately, have been slow to develop the law needed to stop climate pollution and address the climate emergency. But fortunately, courts of law have recently started to be active in this area by admitting and ruling on climate change disputes, developing a new discipline that is climate litigation. Climate litigation is now filling this legislative gap and helping develop the more muscular law needed for civilization to survive in our rapidly warming world. With a wide world increasing movement of environmental awareness and consciousness, we have come to see that climate advocates are now enlisting the courts in the battle for the survival of civilization. And the ecosystem civilization depends upon building an emerging legal movement committed to protecting environmental and human rights against a historically powerful legal system that protects capitalism and has until lately largely ignored the climate emergency. Today, an overview of comparative climate litigation shows that early climate cases focus primarily on cutting carbon dioxide, responsible for about half of warming, to address these damaging impacts. Now, cases are starting to address the non-carbon dioxide superpollutants causing the other half of warming, primarily methane and other short-lived climate pollutants. Cases targeting short-lived climate pollutants recognize that within a decade, human-caused warming will trigger self-reinforcing feedback loops and push the planet past potentially irreversible tipping points. And that cutting short-lived climate pollutants is the best and currently the only known way to slow near-term warming in the next 2 decades. Now, sorry, Alvin. But let me just put it this way. Climate litigation really is a sophisticated process. In order to succeed in a lawsuit, plaintiffs must credibly attribute the harm they experience to an actor responsible for that harm. Therefore, an expanding body of scientific and historical evidence in climate attribution strengthened legal basis for readdressing harms. Attribution studies can now link climate change to specific extreme weather events and the damage they cause. Here, let me draw your attention that the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, which is a leading international body assessing climate sciences, established that human activities have undoubtedly warmed the planet by increasing greenhouse gas concentration, and that limiting warming to the 1.5 or 2 degrees targets in the Paris Agreement is critical for the health and safety of the planet and its people. It should also be noticed that climate modeling helps identify mitigation pathways to keep the planet within the Paris guardrails, show self-amplifying feedback loops where the planet warms itself, and avoid or at least delay irreversible tipping points. This includes calculating the carbon budget to identify how much additional climate pollution can be emitted before warming breaches the Paris guardrails. It is very interesting here to see that some courts of law have used the carbon budget to reject new fossil fuel projects because they are inconsistent with the remaining budget to meet the Paris targets. And some have used the risk of tipping point to justify faster mitigation. Other studies we have identified the contribution of major climate polluters. Just over 100 fossil fuel and cement producers have been responsible for almost 70% of global industrial greenhouse gas emissions of carbon dioxide and methane. And that's since the Industrial Revolution. And since 1960, the major fossil fuel companies have known that the planet was warming due to the fossil fuel carbon dioxide emissions from its products, and spent billions of dollars to spread doubt and misinformation on the climate crisis. And instead of warning the public, they deliberately followed the blueprint of the tobacco industry misinformation campaign that we all know about. Well, these developments provide tools to hold polluters accountable, especially the major fossil fuel companies, and mandate that government and industry keep within the temperature guardrail by cutting both carbon dioxide and non-carbon dioxide emissions. Well, there are so many credible academic databases available for us today to examine the current status of climate litigation. So we have the Sabin Center at Columbia Law School. We have Grantham Institute at London School of Economics, also the Institute for Governance and Sustainable Development at New York University Climate Litigation Accelerator. And at Oxford University, there is a climate litigation lab, as well as the Center for Climate Energy and the Union of Concerned Scientists Hub for Climate Litigation. So these databases show that there are over 2,200 ongoing or concluded climate cases globally. The number of climate-related cases has more than doubled since 2015, which nearly a quarter filled between was nearly a quarter filed between 2020 and 2022, including 73 cases challenging inadequate government response. This includes almost 300 climate cases in 20 European countries, where 3/4 are against governments and a growing number against private polluters. More than 60 cases have been filed before the courts of the European Union, and 10 cases are pending before the European Court of Human Rights. There are more cases in Europe to date have had direct outcomes that advance climate action. In the US, the Sabin Center includes about almost 1,600 cases within 700 additional global cases in over 55 countries, including before international and regional courts and tribunals and investor-state dispute before arbitral tribunal. The database also shows that a wide variety of climate-related cases identifying the type of defendant, causes of action, principal law invoked, and more. How much time do I have left? How much time do I have left? Do you want me to shorten up? Okay. So because this is technical and has a lot of details, I would have loved to go through some of the cases, but I don't think the time would allow me to do so, to show you how do courts of law in different parts of the world have dealt with this. But let me just conclude by two important points. And what we have seen also from this emerging jurisdiction, that given the limited time to bend the warming curve down, somewhere between 0 and 10 years before the Paris 1.5 guardrail is breached, climate litigation is starting to focus on cutting short-lived climate pollutants, particularly methane, and protecting forests and other carbon sinks. And the only known strategies for showing warming in the critical near term. Cutting the short-lived pollutants, climate pollutant, can cut the rate of global warming of half the warming by 2/3, and avoid 4 times more warming at 2050 than cutting carbon dioxide alone. There is also, I want to make a final note that based on what I have received from all these decisions, that as the planet approaches the Paris guardrail of 1.5 within the next 10 years or less, lawyers now are becoming more aggressive in using the law to enforce strong and fast climate action. Legal theories to protect the climate, particularly in the critical near term, continue to evolve, including by reinforcing legal principles like precautionary principle and introducing new principles such as just energy transition, laws of change of survival. Additionally, advisory opinions, which are generally non-binding court analysis that interpret broadly applicable question of law, are being now used to strengthen climate law. In December 2021, the Commission of Small Island States on Climate Change asked the International Tribunal for the Law of the Sea to issue an advisory opinion on states' responsibilities regarding climate change effects on coastal communities and the marine environment. In January this year, 2023, the government of Chile and Colombia submitted a joint request for an advisory opinion from the Inter-American Court of Human Rights on state duties under human rights law to protect present and future generations from the effects of climate change. The court accepted the request in March 2023, and submission from interested parties were due and already submitted to the court in August this year. The court is now holding hearings or series of hearings, and a decision could come as soon as early 2024. Unlike many other advisory opinions in several Latin American countries, advisory opinions are binding interpretation of the American Convention on Human Rights. Other high courts in the region have cited advisory opinions alongside connected cases from the Inter-American Court of Human Rights. For all 25 countries that have submitted to the jurisdiction of the American Convention, advisory opinions are authoritative interpretation of their international obligation under the treaty. In last March, after a campaign led by Vanuatu Island nations and youth organizations, the United Nations General Assembly adopted by consensus a draft resolution requesting an International Court of Justice advisory opinion on climate change and human rights. Well, in conclusion, let me say that these cases we have discussed now show climate litigation trends that promote accountability as scientific finding and continuing discovery on oil companies, historic deception. Well, I should have really discussed these cases, but I have not, simply because time was not really enough to cover all the material I have prepared for this session. Nonetheless, I will just conclude by saying there are the good potential, a good future for climate litigation, the new emerging discipline within the legal framework to filling the legislative gap that I'm talking about, and have the courts be more active and able to redress the violated environmental rights and freedoms when the parliament or executive are unable to do so. I once again thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to be here with you this evening and to be part of this conference. I do thank Dr. Jagdish Gandhi, Dr. Bharata Gandhi, Dr. Geeta Gandhi, and all those who have contributed to have us come here and to have this event a very successful one. And I do extend my best wishes to all students of CMS and their teacher, principals, and even their parents, wishing them a successful studies and a bright future that I'm sure is already ahead of them. Thank you and all best wishes.
Thank you very much, sir, for your very powerful speech on the climate litigation. You mentioned that we have started having a little more muscular laws against the climate damage that is being caused to the planet. And it is a slow, sophisticated process. It will take time. But I hope in near future, or in any future for that matter, there will be no other Greta Thunberg who will have to come down to the streets asking for justice for climate change, asking for judicious use of natural resources and to reduce carbon footprints. With this, we come to the end of this session. Thank you very much, respected speakers. We are grateful to you for having disseminated this information. And since we are running a little too late for the session to be concluded, we are sorry, children, we will not be able to take the questions today. Maybe tomorrow we'll be able to take the questions. Thank you so very much for your presence on stage and addressing the students. May I now request Mr. Shishir Srivastava to kindly come up on stage and introduce the next speaker.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and dear students. This is going to be a very short presentation, and the next speaker is from Australia. She is the Deputy Vice Chancellor of the Adelaide University, which happens to be one of the top 100 universities in the world. It has 27,000 students, and she is also the Vice President Academic of this university. Her role is to provide leadership in achieving university's strategic goals. Firstly, her name. Her name is Professor Jenny Shaw. We're very honored and privileged that she has come all the way from Australia, and she is here with us. Her role is to provide leadership in achieving university's strategic goals, particularly in relation to learning and teaching, including the provision of quality student experience across university, and the ongoing professional development of the university staff. She has a BA Honours First Class Medal and an LLB Honours First Class from the University of Sydney, an MA and PhD from Stony Brook University. Her research and training and teaching interests cross the art and humanities broadly, with a particular focus on the Second Viennese School and on creative processes such as research. I would now like to invite Professor Jenny Shaw to give a short introduction to what the Adelaide University is all about. You'll be thrilled and excited to know it has programs such as space research and also machine learning, which are the latest curriculum which any university in the world follows. Professor Jenny Shaw.
Thank you so much, Shashir, and I promise I will be very short. This goes against the grain a little for me. The beginning sounds like shameless promotion, but I hope I will get somewhere that is a little bit closer to the conference themes. So thank you again. If I was talking to your teachers as I was earlier today, I'd say we're about to be 150 years old. We celebrate our birthday next year, 2024. And in that time, we've had lots of firsts. So we've had 5 Nobel Prize winners to date. We were the first university in Australia to admit women to degrees, and our famous women include the first female Prime Minister of the country, Dr. Julia Gillard, and our current Foreign Minister, Dr. Penny Wong. They're both our very proud alumni. We also have some very famous male alumni, and one of those is Dr. Andy Thomas, who was the first Australian astronaut to walk in space. And as Shashir said, we are a centre in Australia for space research. And in fact, one of our areas at the moment is growing plants in space. So that is a brand new area. So more recently, in 2021, our current medical student, Isabel Marshall, won the Young Australian of the Year for her work in lifting women out of poverty. So as you can tell, the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals are very close to our heart, and that's where I'm heading. So we are a comprehensive university. We offer law and many other degrees, but again, we have the Australian Institute of Machine Learning and a lot of cutting-edge areas, everything from green housing to green hydrogen. But most importantly, and part of my role, is that we listen very closely to our students, and it's because of our students that we have now enshrined sustainability in our university policy, and in that we are one of the world's first. So our new policy, Here for Good, sets out our sustainability strategy to the year 2030. And in that, by the end of 2024, we will have divested from all direct investment in fossil fuels. By 2025, we will have net zero emissions. And by 2030, we will be carbon neutral. We're increasing our investment across all 17 SDG areas of research. We're embedding sustainability in our curriculum, in our teaching, and we're embedding sustainability in our values and behaviours framework. So again, with that in mind, if you're interested in seeing how a passionate but values-led, highly motivated university is working towards helping the UN to meet its Sustainable Development Goals, I'd urge you to come and celebrate our birthday with us next year. And we have a very short video. I'm very proud of this video. It was made by one of my students, Mr. Ayaz Khan, who's just arrived from Pakistan. And you don't see him. What you see is a number of his fellow students who are from India, and he made this video just for CMS. Thank you.
I remember stepping on the campus for the first time and thinking to myself how big and impressive all the buildings looked. I walked in and saw how amazing all the facilities were. Things that I've never seen before, never seen in college or high school back in India. It really took me away.
Everything in Adelaide is so central. We have the Central Business District just across from the uni. There's shopping centers and so many entertainment options there. and especially restaurants that serve great Indian food.
It's all so close.
One of the reasons I got involved in the societies is the social aspect of it. We have a very active Indian student club that regularly gets together to celebrate. It's a wonderful way of making friends, not just from the Indian background, but from all nationalities.
It's really handy to have the career hub on campus when it comes to looking for jobs. Whether it's part-time roles during your studies or even after your graduation. Australia has one of the highest minimum wages in the world, so I believe I can have a comfortable lifestyle when I'm done with my studies and I'm entering the workforce.
I really enjoy the hands-on practical learning. It's not just engaging, but also highly valuable for my education and future career prospects. And I'm really proud that my university is ranked in the top 100 in the world, which reinforces the quality of education that I'm receiving.
मैं हूँ साक्षी और ये है मेरा मेरा
मेरा
मेरा
और मेरा एडिलेड.
With this, we come to the end of the proceedings for the day. All right.
Well, Professor Jenny Shaw just thought to let you know that this entire video you saw was made by a student who was seen, and she made it from her iPhone. And if the university was to pay for that video, they would have paid something to the tune of 80,000 Australian dollar. But this was made for free because she is a student there. And the reason why I'm telling you that one of you may grow up and still do without growing up, because you have the capabilities and the iPhones with you, and the normal phones also work wonders these days. You can make a similar video for CMS, for your campus, and put it on YouTube with the permission of your principal. All the best. Thank you.
You all can go out there and prove your grit and determination and excel. All the best to all the students sitting over here. May I request the teachers to kindly guide them back to the campuses. Thank you very much. Thanks for being a wonderful audience. And before, yes, a loud round of applause for yourselves. Did you notice it was mentioned after one of the speeches that he did hear a pin drop at the end of the hall. So you were that silent and eager to listen to the speakers. Thank you for being here. Thank you, children of Mahanagar and Joplin Road campuses.